All right, we're getting back to oxygen not included. So what we got going on here is this is not the right planet. I have tamed the volcano way down here. So we've got that going. I'm working on getting the next volcano set up. We have launched our first rocket, has not arrived yet. We got our little space thing out here. This is me outlining, planning on trying to make a system to process polluted air into clean air. Things are otherwise mostly going okay. We're having some heat problems here and there and that, as you can see over here. Otherwise, generally things are going all right. We do have our rocket, which that doesn't show the whole thing, but it is en route. We do not actually have that much air in there, so we'll see how it works out. There's actually one of the reasons I'm not fast forwarding too much. Because there's not a whole lot of spare air in there. Yeah, so Nicola might be able to pop in there long enough to try launching the rover thing and then immediately turn around and maybe make it? Question mark? Probably not. But I have not done the rocket in so long that it's like, I don't remember what I need to do. So I figured, well, let's just launch it and we'll figure it out on the other side. Yeah, so you're gonna be close. He's gonna suffocate in a suit full of his own pee. You're a monster. Hey, he's the one who went. Oh, it's telling me I'm... Rocks in orbit. So, what I don't know now is how this all works. So I've got this set up. There's a crashed satellite and a whole bunch of other stuff. I've paused the game because I haven't messed this before. I want to deploy the rover. All right, let's make sure that's actually doing what I want to, because I want to deploy the rover and then nope the heck out. That's at least the plan. All right. So it does... Where is the rover, though? The rover is expressing themselves. Well, good for the rover. Meanwhile, change, go home. All right, so let's go back to you. I don't really know what you can do. All right. Basically, the hold my beer mentality. Little bit. So I wonder if this operates similar to a dupe. Like, same basic limitations. Alright, so we are finding ore. How radioactive is this? Ah. You real radioactive. It doesn't seem to have a power. It's like... Is it literally just like a dupe, but, you know, no basic needs? Because I was really expecting that the moment the rocket got out of range, it would just immediately stop doing anything. Wait, what? Is there really something right there? A hydrogen vent. Interesting. As a battery, once it's flat, it's dead. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm not seeing how much battery it has. Okay. Okay, so there's oxygen down in these in very small amounts. Nope, it's not a mod. It's, we took a rocket over here, and then we had it drop off the robot. But the robot should only go for a little while. But that's the reason I built this right away. Next print unavailable. I wonder why that is. Is now going to do story mode rail sim? What? Story mode rail sim? So we've got a bunch of gold and all sorts of materials here. Getting those played? No, I'm continuing with this. Because we had the rocket up there, I didn't want to leave with the rocket right there because I would just forget that it was there and the thing would die. But yeah, no, I'm probably just going to keep going with oxygen not included for the time being. We'll definitely be doing more of the Railway Empires too, though. That's probably what I'll start with tomorrow. Oh, I have to activate it. I see. Oh, you can activate it. Well, that's disappointing. I thought it was going to be all clever and just rush over, have the little robot do its thing real fast, and that would have been it. Alright. Hmm. What would I need to make the rocket? Like the rocket pad? Why am I not seeing it? Rocket platform requires refined metal. Okay. And for the moment, just having the robot just do as much as it can. I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't let you use the robot to just, like, just have the robot, you know, activate this. Because what my plan had been was just to activate this, and I could just spawn stuff into this location. Well, I mean, there's probably a mod for literally everything that exists. Does it have a melting point? I mean, probably. Almost 3,000 degrees. No, the robot? About 4,000 degrees. Sending the magma to do some work? Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Oh, you can't get over there. Love listening to Oni noises? Well, thank you. Glad to hear it. So you definitely... I wish I knew what temperature this geyser was going to release stuff at. Yeah, so I can't get through that. That's fine. Alright, so those should handle that. Probably very hot. Yeah. I'm just having the robot explore what it can. It is a geyser like that. Well, no, there's actually some geysers in the game that are very cold, and that's true of in reality as well, as you can have very cold geysers. Yep, we just arrived. Well, technically we're on 3 rocks, and then this is our ship that goes between them. Are you already at base? Did you live? Hey, welcome back, buddy. You didn't even die. All right. I'm basically trying to wire these together because these oxiferns, those can help me a great deal with this, so I'm just trying to open up as much as I can. I also do want to get over to this crashed satellite. You know what? I bet you that crashed satellite probably has refined metal. I have another something here. Polluted water vent. We've had those be both hot and cold. Let's see. Can't you seal the top of the hole and make space the rocket in a... Can't you seal the top of that hole and make the space to space the rocket in livable? I mean, yeah, they could live in the rocket somewhat, but I don't think you'd want to make permanent residence or anything in it. Oh, you're not going to be able to go through the abyssalite. I didn't think about that part. You can go up and over here. Here, the crashed rocket. The background is space, so it'll suck everything out. You gotta place drywall over it. Yeah. So I think we're gonna try and do... Go ahead and dig that out. That'll let us get across here. Yeah, put a door there. That way we can try rummaging through that and see if it gives us some space metal or whatever. Or not some space metal. Gives us some metal so we can make that. The downside is... Oh, you know what? I bet you could have taken that apart. Because it's probably refined metal. It's fine. I might be able to build a ladder the whole way up. I'll probably have to, actually. I have no idea what kind of battery life these things have. I was told that it only lasts so long, then the batteries die. So you're going to lose water to space vacuum out here. I'm okay with that. We got polluted water down here. It means water's renewable. Roughly 10 cycles? Oh, that's not bad. I'm still doing that to try and contain the air as much. So you can see that there's space behind there, but doesn't seem to actually be bleeding through that spot. Okay. So how bad is the radiation when you get in here? Okay, so the radiation up above is really not great. But this warned me that it's going to be very radioactive when we get in here. But other than the rocket itself, which is definitely pretty radioactive, it doesn't actually seem too horrific. Oh, you're badly injured. Hang on. Why are you idle? Where'd the robot go? Oh, I guess you can't rummage? Well, that's disappointing. Sorry about that. Thank you. Alright, we got saltwater geyser down here. It gives us 200 degrees salt water. So it looks like we got pretty good sources of water here. Yeah, so I'm going to try and do that. Because I believe if I deconstruct this rocket, or this, it might give me the materials I need to make a landing pad for the rocket. Now, the catch is going to be, I can't protect it from asteroid showers or meteor showers, whatever, right now. But I honestly don't care. My thought is to get ourselves set up here to begin with, and then make this in our self-sustaining colony that I could just ship stuff in and out with. Oh, we probably don't have the teleporter things. Ah, I'm gonna have to have the rockets where they have like cargo on it. That's the reason they have all that. So I can like load it up with aluminum and bring it over whatever materials I want. And that's doing all fine. The air pressure is great everywhere. A little pocket of hydrogen up there, that's fine. Alright, and you're still slowly getting rid of everything. So the good news is it does seem like the volcano is still considered high. How's your oil farm with those creatures? I mean, it's fine. It doesn't produce enough oil to really matter. Like you can see how they're producing here. This is them going solid for hundreds of cycles. There's a little pocket of oil down here from one time it spilled out. So like they produce oil if you're like the most patient human being to ever exist. I mean, yes, having more makes more. Like literally they hit the max population that area could support, because what happens when you get enough of them, they get sad and they'll stop reproducing. So that's what we got going on there is they're considered cramped, so I'd have to make a much bigger room, which isn't necessarily a terrible idea. I was talking about at some point I might want to move them farther down. So what I could see potentially doing is once this is like cleared to the bottom, I could potentially see making just a giant room for them down here. So that way the carbon dioxide, when it drifts down, they would just effectively be my carbon dioxide sink. That's really all I'm using them for right now, is to process carbon dioxide into anything that isn't carbon dioxide. Yeah, this thing's getting all fueled up again. Okay, my hope is I can disassemble the rover lander and they'll give me refined metal. And I'll be able to build a pad. Because I don't think the little robot's going to be able to do enough in that aspect. So your atmosphere you're unhappy with because it's got no carbon dioxide. So the big thing is I got to get a pad. And so certainly I'm going to be able to get a pad using the little robot. That's the thing I think is a safe assumption. And since the robot has very limited mining ability, the refined ore is probably going to have to come from stuff like that. Because none of that's refined ore. Okay. I like the little gear thing that goes to go up and down ladders. Sealing off that area might bet this area. This is out to the vacuum of space. I'd have to put a backdrop on that entire thing to seal this off. I don't think realistically I'm going to be able to do that anytime soon. Like eventually maybe, but that isn't going to be an anytime soon kind of thing. Meteor protection? Yeah, I mean, I could put stuff like that. Like, right now, I don't have any meteor protection. It has water in it? Yes, it does. I mean, I'm totally cool with the water seeping down here. I've got a pool of water up here and more up there. And then we had a polluted water geyser down there. And then down here was a saltwater geyser. So it looks like water I'll be able to manage pretty well here. I'll just have to figure out how to process it. Which isn't that big a deal. Okay, so you're doing that. Okay, so that did give me my steel back. Alright. So, with that rocketry, you need 800. I've got 400. Where am I going to get a bunch more? Like, I was expecting to rummage through this for more materials. I can demolish it. But then I can't rummage through it. But I'm not really seeing, unless... No, I can't get to that because of the abyssalite. Or can I? I might be able to get to that. The robot didn't build a rocket platform? Did you require refined metal when I built you? Let's check that. Because I may have just jumped a step. What do you take? Is the robot a DLC thing? I believe so. Alright, so you won't demolish it. I want to disassemble that building. Let's start by going like this. Grab all these, disassemble them. Grab those and disassemble them. Take apart that spot there. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to disassemble this building here. And then maybe it'll have a little bit more material for me. I don't really see another opportunity to get refined ore. Now, I could maybe be able to do the, not rock... Yeah, actually, can I... Yeah, but anyway, do you do the volcano thing? I have. Volcano thing has been done. So I believe the rock crusher can actually make refined ore really badly. Why is that being weird about me putting it down? Oh, there's a tiny plant here. That's fair. Machinery builds but does not operate. Yeah, that's kind of what I was worried about. That's fair. Good to know in advance. How'd the volcano thing go? It went smoothly. Oh, you can't take apart that block. Yeah, no, there wasn't so much as a hiccup. It just went basically as intended. Alright, so I can't go through the giant clump of granite. Can't get to the abyssalite over there. It's that granite is fully walled off that area, so that's not something to worry about anymore because I can't do anything with it in the first place. And try just punching through over here. Calculated risk, luckily math is best subject. Yeah, we can pretend that's true. Door. I was trying to say, like, it's not letting me deconstruct the door. It wants me to bioscan it first. When I chose to disassemble it, it just doesn't highlight. Alright, we got more abyssalite down to here. I just start carving a path this way and see what you can see. And by that I mean, I guess you just go over that. Alright, never mind. That's effectively a wall for you. Okay, so I can't get past here. That's not going to happen. You can get down into this pool. I'm basically just carving around to see anywhere I can go to see if I can't find anything I could disassemble for refined metal. Yeah, it's all abyssalite over there. It's a wash basin and everything. It's made out of sandstone, so that's not going to help. That's copper ore. So build that so you can climb across it. Did you seriously trap yourself? I'm going to be really annoyed if you trapped yourself and you can't get out. Okay. I was about to say, like, if you trapped yourself on a tiny little thing, I'd be pretty upset about that. What I'm going to try doing is see if we can't go over here and start exploring some of this. And see if maybe, again, one of those will have something metal I can put to use. Yeah, you should be able to climb across all that. Because the bisylite and the granite, there's really not a good way to go through. I could potentially get over here and dig down to the saltwater geyser. We have a gold volcano. Ooh! Gold volcano puts that out at almost 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's moderately terrifying. We have an aluminum volcano. That's a 3,100. I guess I know where our metal's coming from in this place. Unfortunately, I don't think realistically I can get down there. But it's liquid gold. It is. The issue is I don't think I can get to it. Because I wouldn't mind getting the liquid gold, because when it, you know, when it hardens, then I could take it up there and I could build the pad with it, because that's refined metal. The downside is, once I unleash that beast, I have people trying to live here and deal with an absolute nightmare of a volcano. Except they wouldn't have the time to properly contain it beforehand. Alright, I got a room, we can do all this stuff. Alright, none of that is built out of any kind of materials we want or care about, so cancel building any more of that. It's not needed. Can I dig through phosphate? I can get through this. Cancel that spot. Cancel this spot and this spot. That's all fine. Am I wrong? Can I not get through that? No. No, I can't get through it. We can try going up and over. Then going up and over here, down through there, down this way. I'll be able to go down here. Zigzag through here to get down farther. You know what? Fine. Have at it, little robot. Go on an adventure, sir. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and, just in case I do care about this atmosphere at some point, I don't think I will. Let's put another double airlock here. Okay, you can climb up and over this, down this way, and we can put a ladder down to here, and then a ladder down this way. The downside is I am carving into a bunch of different biomes really fast here. Now, I don't really need to prioritize the airlock because this water here kind of works as its own airlock. Oh, here. You need to get that tile out of here. Yeah, for now. Oh, they're going to work on it. And also, plus, there's, like, not a whole lot of air I'm really worried about losing. We got a little hydrogen there. So, that's the rover's module. I could always technically send a second rover, have the, take apart its thing as well. And when the first rover dies, take it apart as well. And that might be enough for me to get a launch pad. That's it. I'm going to let the first rover do its thing in the meantime. Can the bot get to the area to dig? It should be able to. Yeah, it's going on there. Like, that's the whole idea, is I can go up over this way, and then down this way, take that ladder down, go this way, take the ladder down. And then we don't... Oh, that's like very not promising when we get down there. An unfamiliar building is discovered by the colony. There's movement inside, but whoever the inhabitant is, they seem wary of us. If we can convince them we mean no harm, we very well could end up with a fresh recruit and a useful new building. Sure. Try cutting across here and forgetting all this nonsense down here, as I've observed it's not really a place we can go through. And we can go ahead and get rid of all this that we're not going to be able to do. Get rid of that we're not going to be able to do. Yep. Uh-huh. Get rid of it. Not going to happen. Don't care. Disassembled our home. And how are things going in our colonies? That's going alright. We've got this all going alright. Things seem pretty okay here. Is the natural gas pump? No, it's not full. It's backing up on the bottleneck here. That's fine. So I got the next row of stuff. Here, so let's go clear all that. Okay. Alright, this is coming along well. When it's a no extra... Yeah, so I'm thinking we'll do that, but I'm going to wait till the first robot's basically just about done. Because when the first robot's just about done, what I can do is I can have the second robot potentially take apart the first robot and use it for materials. Otherwise, I'm just going to have this robot explore as much as it can. Okay, we can potentially get around here. We should be able to mine all this. So I can get to this gold volcano if I want to just absolutely make this place an absolute nightmare. It is technically a possibility. Because right now there's all this abyssalite. I mean, we'll see. I'm concerned that it is partially uncovered already. So, it does not appear you can knock. Are you gonna build that door? That's ruled out. I might actually, like, because sometimes if you mine deep enough, okay, sometimes if you mine deep enough, you'll find, what's considered processed gold, or processed metal, refined metal, whatever the word is. Where'd the robot go? Oh, there you go, you're building the door. Alright, how's Combusto doing? Temperature's beginning to be a problem again, but it's holding up okay. Take a lesson from the dwarves, don't mine too deep. Yeah, we don't want to let the lava out. Alright, this is coming along nicely. Removing all this water out of this pocket over here so that I can start utilizing this volcano. I'm definitely not messing with stuff down here I absolutely should not be messing around with. That is not what is occurring. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that's save lag. Alright, no real radiation. There's a spot of radiation down here. There's a little bit over there as well. That up there is a whole lot of radiation. This is a whole lot of radiation. It's like there's tons of radiation on the surface. But when you get inside, you're fine. Was it green tile-like rock? This is slime. It makes your people very unhappy about breathing in. The green tile like rock. You're gonna have to be more specific, because small patches. Oh, this is the oxalate? The oxalate releases oxygen gradually when exposed to atmosphere. When you first start the game, your cave has like little patches of it in there to help you get off the ground. All right. I wonder if I could realistically do something horrifically awful, like puncture the aluminum volcano and the saltwater geyser to get it to the point that I'm just kind of cooling it down by using the steam, even though it'd be incredibly dangerous. The downside is I don't think I can be right, because there's the abyssite here and I can't mine through that yet with the robot. And then this doesn't have, I mean, it has a little gap I could squeeze through here that might be workable. There's granite there. Bleachstone I could probably get through. This I can. To get through this part. Can't get through the granite, can't get through the abyssite. Can probably get through this room's floor. So go through here, can't go that way. Punch through here. Let this out. But then the question comes down to, How much gold does this put out versus how much salt water? Is it manageable or not? Because one of those things that once I let it get free and get out of control, there's no undoing it. Alright, so there's ice way down there. That's not what I was anticipating, but I'm on board. Yeah, still getting too hot. Which is honestly surprised. Oh, right, the polluted water is very hot because of where it's coming from. That's fair. Because the rest of the water's gotten pretty cold at this point. But that polluted water is very warm. That's fine. They're doing fine in calories. You're doing okay on calories. They're still going up, surprisingly. That's all going fine and dandy. We're going to get our cycle or two out of that before it goes dormant. And then that'll become a pain point very quickly. I keep expecting to see glass down here, because that should be what's happening. Is it should be that I make the glass here, and then it dumps it down to this big pool of liquid down here, where it will solidify. Okay. This entire thing down here is getting really hot. Okay, so we skipped the little spot with the volcano. We're not ready for that one yet. I'm still working on the last one. Then if we do that, these are now joined. Okay, change of plan here. You get to be sealed back up. I was like, man, this is taking a while. I didn't realize that we're like literally putting liquid back into the thing we're trying to empty. The good news is those pumps will be way faster, so I was at least making progress this whole time. Like, we'll end up changing that to go around it. It's just for the moment I need to get the liquids out of it. We got snow, liquid chlorine. That's exciting. Oh man, that's 162 negative degrees. That is real cold down there. Where are you trapped? Can I be trapped anywhere along here? Oh my god, the dupes are so dumb. There we go. There's so many people. 12. It's actually the same number I've had for a week or so now. She locked herself in. She didn't just lock herself in, she like literally built a wall behind her. She was like, nope, I choose death. We have solid chlorine. Negative 200 degrees. Oh, that is cold. What's interesting is there's no insulation between here, really. It's just all gold and coal down here. So over time, this would absolutely just melt all that ice. Like, even if I didn't do, like, if I didn't do anything, it would melt all this ice out. I wish I could at least queue this up. Could just need the rocket platform, nothing else. But my hope is we'll get deep enough that we will see refined metal, because the other places we've had that. Like, I'm willing to bet if we go here, I go a bit way down here, I have refined metal right there. But I need it at the other location. Oh. We will cancel those two tiles as well. So they don't get trapped. Sure. So I wonder if this plant has just a frozen core. Oh, what do you have? A carbon dioxide geyser that will release gas at negative 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. That gets interesting. Add that to the elemental volcano. I can definitely do that to some degree. I don't think it's going to be sufficient to keep the gold volcano under control. Because that's one of my also fears, is the gold here is extremely conductive. At least it should be. I mean, it's fairly conductive. Yeah, so most of this is conductive. So this whole area is going to get hot fast. That's actually the fear with these volcanoes right now. Is that once I unleash them, like, they're going to get stuff really hot real fast. Oh, there's uranium down here. Okay. I do think I want to release this so that the really cold carbon dioxide can slowly spread. Since I am puncturing this anyways. Okay, so I can go through there. To cancel all this. And that should do it. Dry ice. I mean, at the moment, it's liquid carbon dioxide. And then turning to solid carbon dioxide. But I'm down to make as much of this area cold as I can. Because cold is much easier to work around. Hot is difficult. Because cold, you just put on more machines that make heat. There's even machines that will just directly turn electricity into hot with no extra steps. So heat is very easy to manage in that regard versus just straight up cold is not easy to manage. I was really hoping to find some refined metal there, but I get pretty scared I'm getting close to the bottom of this place. Which does make me curious, when I hit whatever these considered the core of this thing, like, is this the core? Because the combustible planet, the core is just this granite oil level. Which is fine, like, that's useful. And in this one, the core is lava. Which has been a whole thing to deal with. Okay. So you can go ahead and sweep up that. Take the next 2 tiles. Take those 4 tiles. Should be able to get all of those tiles now. And that one. I'm guessing this is just the core. That the core is just extremely cold. It's an ice core, I guess. The downside is I was really, really, really hoping to find refined metal down there. Like I said, if we open up something like the how deep do they go? This is pretty close. Like, yeah, it's actually I'm hitting the bottom. I can't go down farther. So it'll be the neutrino, whatever this is, neutrinium up here, and I won't be able to get any farther down. So we could potentially do the extremely dangerous thing of opening that up and letting that go. It'll melt this entire ladder and dump it into this, which will be catastrophic. It's going to melt it. It's going to turn into steam. It's going to expand. It's going to break blocks. It's going to be this whole disaster. So it's probably not something I should do. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The only saving grace is that I've got this carbon dioxide geyser constantly cooling things down. I do suspect the volcano is going to win. If I had the information that told me how long this ran, how much it gave out, what the average output was, how long it goes dormant for versus this, then maybe I can make a more informed decision of going, oh, this runs for a long time, that only barely blips on for a couple seconds. Yeah, this should be able to overwhelm it. But right now we have none of that information. I mean, right now it's looking like this volcano probably would overwhelm the other. Now this saltwater geyser puts out a lot of salt water. And then in addition to that, the heat would boil the water. And when the water boils, it has a cooling effect. So you can have like that rotation of boil, cool, boil, cool, boil, cool. That the leader of Liver Tolly. Hey, Blurring Cat. I would even necessarily call it the leader, I think, because I mean, when is the last time anything happened with that? How's it been going? For those who don't know, that was when I played Warframe, that was related to that. You were the leader in my eyes? Yeah. There was a handful of us. You doing alright? I've been doing good. Got partnered on Twitch, doing all that kind of stuff. It's still just metal ore, it's not refined. Not what I wanted. I wanted refined metal. Yeah, no, we got partnered on Twitch over a year ago, I think now. That was not this past March, but the March before that. Alright, well, let's see if I can't get to this saltwater geyser and make bad decisions, because I think I could barely squeeze through here. Okay, so yeah, I can get through there. That's fine. And then for up here, there's the granite there. I believe I got a spot I can carve through this. Yeah, so I could potentially... No, that's right, I can't get through this spot. Because that narrow spot there. And I can't get through the granite. I can go through here, though. Okay, so I can get through that. So I can cut through all this. Get over here. Deconstruct that. Alright, get you healing up. Just trying desperately to try and get some refined metal happening. Alright, so we can get rid of all that. Take apart these two tiles. Go ahead and cancel digging those. We have a ladder here. That goes straight on through. We'd have to dig this up. But then I'd be able to connect that to that volcano and make horrifically awful, terrible decisions. This is always an interesting game. I used to watch some videos on it, but they disappeared into the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, Oxygen Not includes those games that pops up and goes away every so often. Alright. Yeah, that's the bottom right there. So let's not worry about any more of this. Because ultimately, if we go down here, I'm just going to get more and more of that. I did want to kind of do the CO2 down here. Do we want to do CO2? Yeah, we'll go as far as the CO2. We'll do that too. Because we let the CO2 geyser out, it will be a cooling effect over the rest of this. That said, I do want to try and push this way. Where is our little robot, by the way? Alright, that's sitting on the bottom there. I don't see you over here. Ah, there you go. Oh, good. We had our oxalate meteors, which is interesting because that means that's an infinite source of oxygen that's going to keep showing up. I guess one thing I can do is I'll make a storage bin just for oxalate. Alright, its battery should die soon. Well, that's interesting. It says rover shut down. I'm assuming that means its battery's about to die. Because it's certainly not shut down right now. It certainly seems to be just working perfectly fine. Okay, we keep getting the carbon dioxide. You can probably click on the status drop down. See, status drop down? Yeah, we can check. Because I tried to check the properties and everything, didn't see anything there. On the status drop down. Okay, so the vitals doesn't give me anything. It's a really large battery capacity. Menu on the bottom left. Menu on the bottom left. Or sorry, bottom right, sorry. I can read stuff. Disinfect, attack, sweep, mop, wrangle. Where it says rover. Ah, I see, I didn't have it expanded. Yeah, so it got collapsed at some point. Interestingly enough, it says the chemical battery is out of power, but it's still just going. It's at 0.0 joules out of 180 kilojoules, and it's just, you know, it's still just doing its thing. This robot doesn't believe in batteries. Like, I think it's supposed to be going to an errand called shutdown, and it's just not getting there because of other stuff queued up. Oh, meanwhile, are you actually getting atmosphere now? You were not? So you're not getting air in you, which you should be, because I do have this connected up here. Why are you not getting air in here? Why are you not getting air? I can go to the view, and I have an air like a gas space for air input port and an output port. Oh, you know what I bet you I need to do? Is there a small... I know I have the giant storage down here. Is there a smaller storage? Doesn't look like it. Because that's not going to fit in there. Then at least let them pressurize the inside of this thing. Okay. At some point, I'll do some neat stuff with that. Alright, you're continuing to just keep on draining. Little by little, we're getting there. We've got the volcano covered still, so that's fine. It's also enough that we can path over it, so we're good there. Alright, I gotta worry about... I was like, do I want to dig all these out? It's like, maybe later. Right now, I'm just gonna flatten it out across here, and that'll be good enough. You still going, little robot buddy? Maybe? Yep, you're still going. Yeah, I think it's bugged where he's supposed to just be running out of power and falling over, but he's just like, nah, not feeling it. I just don't want to take a nap. You can't make me. Yeah, like I said, the plan is I mostly don't want this to get to the point where the pressure gets too high in this room. I want it to continue to like put out CO2 as best we can. Okay, so I actually need to get rid of that tile. Oh, it's surprising that's already that hot. Okay. It's actually ending up creating a vacuum because most of the gases down here are doing that. Alright, and that should do it. You know what that'll do? Why are you not continuing this? Ah, there was a tile of block you couldn't go through. What about over here? Okay, so you can go through that. That's fine, I can live with this. We cancel that. Are you telling me I can't mine through that? It's breaking under the weight or whatever? Alright, that's fine. Okay, so we're making progress here. In that case, do not disassemble those two blocks, just that block. Cool. So what's happening down here is it is cold enough, even with the fluctuations, that this is continuously popping back and forth from being water and whatnot. That's like all uranium down there. Yeah, this whole thing down here is just radioactive. Only mildly so, but all of it's mildly so radioactive. Which usually, I don't know about the game, but in real life the danger with radioactive is even small amounts of radiation, it takes your body a while to get rid of it. So it's kind of got like a building effect. It's rare you hit a dose of radiation that like right up front it's deadly. It's usually one of those things that you get a little bit more and you get a little bit more and you get a little bit more and then you have a problem. Then you have a problem. Okay. So the plan here is fairly straightforward. I'm going to try and dig through this to unleash the beast that is the volcano, and then just walk away. And just kind of hope that this, being something that's going to create steam and let off, create steam and let off, create steam and let off, is going to overpower the volcano's ability to make heat. Because that'll make refined metal. So we're going to be extremely dangerous versus just sending in a rocket. Granted, we just saw the tiniest bit of, like, refined metal in here anywhere. I'd just grab that instead. What? A beta hive? Moderately radioactive nest made by betas converts uranium into enriched uranium when worked by a beta. Will not function if ground below it is destroyed. That's somewhat concerning. So I have bees that make enriched uranium. Gonna be honest, not the kind of thing I expected. Yo, I heard you like uranium enrichment. So one would assume what that's going to do is make this an extremely radioactive area down here. Yeah, because that was very radioactive a second ago. And then it picked it up. So I'm assuming what's going to end up happening is they'll make it enriched. And then it'll become extremely radioactive there. I'm now second-guessing the volcano thing because I have a strong feeling. Oh, no, never mind. Your melting temperature is 17,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about that at all. Holy crap. What about the actual betas? Okay, so betas needed to be very, very cold. They cannot handle any meaningful amount of temperature. Like, they needed below freezing levels of cold. Alright, well, forget the volcano thing. Yeah, leave that alone. That changes everything, because if I let that out, I'm going to kill those, and I don't know how rare or much of a pain it'll be to replace them. So, let's not poke the bear. Oh, here. What you can do in the meantime... Where is consumable ore? Oxalate. Go start filling that up. The oxalate's already all gone. Okay, well, I guess we're sending a second rocket. Okay, now, with this, I should actually have quite a bit of air in here. They'll have the spacesuit as well. The rocket fuel is already filled up and whatnot. I'm not bothering to give them, like, a proper restroom and all that kind of stuff. They gotta pay extra for that crap. Okay. So let's pop out here real fast. So that rocket should be ready to go, right? Yeah, the rocket is all ready to go. What we're gonna do is say destination right there. Now you got crew on the way. And we did fill this whole thing up with oxygen. Oh, 1 second. Okay, for some reason I thought I was going to be able to put the command thing. Alright. So they're on the way. Where's our little robot friend? No, you're still going. Ah, you're picking up the oxalate little by little and putting in the cabinet here. I'm just having them do it because you can see where the oxygen is off-gassing from that cabinet. To start filling up this with oxygen. Alright. Brine ice. All the carbon dioxide is instantly turning solid. Our natural gas is full, so let's go ahead and disable that for a while. None of us needs to burn themselves for a while. We can just keep pumping all this out. It's all fine. Irrigation is the problem. You don't have enough polluted water in your system. Well, that's not what you want to see. It's not the end of the world. They've got the calories. All right. Okay, so we can grab the star map. Do this. Deploy the rover module. Plunk it down right where the other one was. Okay. Deconstruct you. I don't really know where the other robot is at the moment, but we'll deal with that in a second. So I want to take it apart. Meanwhile, star map. Go home. Alright, where are you, little robot? Got the one up here disassembling stuff. There you are. Hey, buddy. What do you mean I can't take it apart? That's 400. That's enough. It requires a duplicate to build it? Question mark? Because I can't land the rocket without the pad. Well, okay. Alright, so how the expletive do I land a duplicate on the planet? Because I can't turn this thing on without a duplicate present. I can't build the landing pad that the duplicates need to get on without a duplicate. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Alright, so it's clearly not here that I need to deal with it. I need to deal with it over here. Yeah, you're fine. Alright. So it's clearly something when I build the rocket. So let's when we get the rocket back, let's rip out the little rover thing and see if I can't get the other thing. Because that's what I'm not really understanding. Unless I'm incorrect in that pod thing I took apart could go back up to it. That might be another thing, is that we could take the pod back up. So the robots, grab a couple materials, put it in there, you launch back up, take it home, process into materials to do other things, to start the process over. It also seems like maybe the answer is I need to make bigger engines so that I can make a bigger rocket. Maybe could be another thing that'd play into it. That's what I gotta figure out. It's just getting the duplicate on the ground is the part I don't fully know. Aw, you made a mess? That's real sad, man. Okay, so I need the command module. This can probably go. So we do have the Trailblazer module. Enables the travel to planetoids that have not yet been at a rocket platform, can hold one duplicate traveler. Deployment is available through the Star Max hex, must be built on a rocket platform. Alright. So I came in here only to see you bullying a dupe. Hey. It is what it is. What up? Okay, hexafruit. Alright. Excellent fruit. The dupe knows what the dupe did. Don't let it lie to you. Alright, so we're getting that pumped out to start getting our next thing online. I've got that dug out for the next one. Okay, so that's all fine there. And I'll worry about digging all that out after the volcano is handled. Oh, actually I can go right underneath this, can't I? What are you doing? Oh, you're disinfecting that. Okay, sure. I mean, I guess that checks out. Alright, so what we're hoping for is that when they build this, that's what I did wrong the last time. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so they'll resupply it, and then we'll be able to take the dupes, and we'll have someone get a brand new, horrific home. I wonder why. I wonder why I never tried that with these volcanoes. Did you just ignore them? Yeah. So I find out 3 steam things is too much. 2 might be fine. So you're on the wrong planet. You already put on a planet that we were taming. Realistically, what's going to end up happening is if we look at our characters here, I believe Nicola was not a pawn I intended on actually having. Because Max is our researcher. And so we ended up with this extra pawn by accident. I was clicking too fast and whatnot. So yeah. You keep the magma chamber separate from the steam room? Gotcha. I mean, the only downside is when you go to make it a vacuum, you leave your gas pump behind, so it does get destroyed. But you should never need it again, so who cares? Like, right now, I'm just waiting for this to erupt again. But it works well, it's just... You get power for a while, and then eventually the steam gets too cold, and then you're back to waiting for the next eruption. But I should be able to plug more of these into each other. I'm using the heavy watt wire. So I should be able to just hook a bunch of these all up. And give myself pretty steady power for, like, critical systems. Yeah, I'll go, so not much. Trying to land on another heckin' planet. Like, we sent robots over there. Where did those robots go? Oh yeah, they're up here, and I'm like, I'll make the landing pad. Nope. And just making solid carbon dioxide again and again. There isn't... I mean, I guess I can just have you carving out rooms in the meantime. So to leave that alone, because I could potentially make that into, like, a place you can live inside here. They can't mine through half the material because it's too hard for the robot. Alright, so that spot I can keep as like a nature reserve. I'm gonna probably clear out a lot of this. That could also be... Like, that's the thing, I got a lot of usable space here. Okay, so I got 2 tiles in the middle here I can't mine. Get to work, you two. Get sign off the night? Last week a teacher of the year starts tomorrow? Gotcha. Well, you have a good one. Hope you have yourself a good summer break. All right, let's check our carbon dioxide route. We're getting bits of other stuff in here again. That's fine. For a moment, cut that. That didn't have the intended results. Oh, that's right. I disconnected it up here. That's not what I want. So what I need to do is go like that, and it should pull all of the carbon dioxide now into a rocket. This thing's going dormant soon, right? Next dormancy, 9 cycles. Boo. And those have remained unpowered long enough that... Okay, so this was dormant for a while. That's why I was like, these have gone offline because they just weren't getting any power at all to them. All right. Oh, you're gonna have that tile clear. I'm not sure how much of these you can reveal before it starts erupting. I remember it's not the whole thing. Like, I think there's like 1 or 2 specific tiles that when you reveal it, it'll just go off. Because they gotta get the water from over here as well. Oh, well, that's annoying. It needs to be an unoccupied space. That doesn't count. Well, don't like that. Let's see. It's the number 2 tile from the ground and the left. So, like, this tile in the middle here? Gotcha. Yeah, because then I'd be able to, like, knock out those bottom 2 tiles when this gets low to get that last one. If that remains, it won't erupt. Gotcha. Because I just need to deal with the water on this side. Just let it erupt. You won't have water anymore. But you can still study it? Oh, interesting. Yeah, we can test with this one. I wonder why that one still hasn't been excavated. It's not a big deal. It's more just, why? Alright, take apart that tile, because my legs are going to jump across and take it apart behind you. Okay. Slowly chipping away at all this. Natural gas is still holding up. It is going down. But that is what it is. Is that because they finally run out of hydrogen? No, the hydrogen's going fine. Chlorine, polluted oxygen, natural gas, and hydrogen's basically gone. Okay. Which, 0 people are surprised about the hydrogen being pretty much gone. Yeah, so you can't keep going, because that's all obstructed. I'm really surprised that this thing is supposed to be out of batteries by now, but just lets me keep going with it. And like for the moment, it's like, okay, well, I don't really know what to do with you other than just have you open up a larger space or something. You want water in there anyways? Yes. But preferably without all the explosive amounts of pressure. So, are these things dangerous to me? Are hostile creatures that thrive in a radioactive environment? Yeah, well, that answers that question. Does that mean they're like slowly taking away the mass of the uranium? I'll probably let them do that until they get like enough enriched uranium that I'm like, you know what, I want that, and I will have it. Oh, that's fine. I don't know with it fully destroyed why sometimes it bothers to tell me that's like, hey, yeah, I wish I put the thermal plates behind it. They want to play this game now, but I am sure I'm not absorbing anything I'm learning watching you. It pulses a ton of radiation. I figured. It mentioned it makes enriched uranium. So I was like, oh yeah, you know what's going to make a whole lot of radiation? Enriched uranium. I can say with a certain level of confidence, enriched uranium is going to be dropping off a heck of a lot of radiation I got to deal with. Yeah, I noticed like what I put here. Like when I was doing that, it would like bright red there, or bright green there. Look at giant bee wasps, scary. Giant radioactive bee wasps that fortunately need extremely cold temperatures to be happy. So that could be one way we deal with it, because the melting point of this is absurdly high. So we could absolutely see going in there and then just warming up the room, letting all the bees die, go and take their stuff, and then letting the room cool down, because I'm assuming that will make new ones? We'll see. It could also be a thing that, like, I secured in a room that I open a door, wait till the bees are on the other side of it, close the door. They're bees. Cover them with magma. Alright, how are you doing on your refueling my rocket? It's looking pretty close to full. And the thing I ran into earlier is exactly that. This pipe is getting damaged because how ridiculously cold the carbon dioxide is getting on its way up. It's not an end goal for the game. It's something you could do that there's exotic materials that you can only get in the R planets. Alright, is there... Yeah, it only mentions overheat temperature. Yeah, it's just the carbon dioxide inside of it trying to turn liquid. Because mine's like 60, 70 degrees up there. Let it go like this. Everything up here is real heckin' cold. Gonna leave it like that for right now. So supposedly that's the tile that decides it. Exhaust some polluted O2 through it. I mean, at the moment, this is about to be ready to launch. It could probably launch as is, honestly. More enough fuel to get there and back. Because then I gotta go and figure out, like, getting the polluted O2 in it, not letting it get into the rocket, do all that kind of stuff. Okay. Alright, so you can get... Yeah, there was times when you have to put, stuff here so you can cross to mine that out. CO2 does put those bees to sleep. Oh, that's interesting. It also makes a certain amount of sense. I bet magma puts them to sleep as well. That it does. Magma might melt the uranium. I didn't see what happens if the uranium melts. So uranium, when it melts, becomes liquid uranium. And then liquid uranium, if you melt it farther, becomes rock gas. Okay, so we probably won't have to worry about doing that, but liquid uranium... Yeah. You have 100 something calories. Figure it, or 100,000 something calories. Figure it out. Okay, should be able to clear all that out. Yeah, every once in a while I hear the, like, dooning. Oh, you know what that is? That's probably telling me that that's full. Yep. Alright, well, if that's full, then what is time to do is time to go down to where I disconnected. It's up here. Go down here and say, yep, send it back, please. Well, that's somewhat concerning. Okay, good. It is just carbon dioxide in there. Petrol rocket melted obsidian tiles I was using to heat the gas deflector. Well, also had to deal with rock gas before. You don't want that stuff either. Yeah, I can imagine. Alright, so I think we are ready for figuring that out. Alright. Cancel automatic trailblazer lander delivering to this building. Do I build that thing? Because my assumption is, let's see, what does this say? Trailblazer module. Enables travel to planetoids that do not have a rock bed. Can hold one duplicate traveler. Deployment is available while the star map hacks the edges of the planetoid, yada yada yada. Ridiculous overheat. Counts industrial. Okay. So it looks like I park it next to it, and I'm guessing there isn't actually a module I shove in there, it's just, it is what it is. So we launch this, we dump that out at the planet, and that puts the dupe on the planet. What I don't really know is how I tell who to go where. When it's built, I haven't seen a place to build the Trailblazer module. It's automatic? Okay. I mean, it says there is the contents of a Trailblazer lander. It's acting like there's already one in it. How did I find that? Yeah, contents, Trailblazer, 400 kilograms. What I don't really know, so there's going to be two dupes in here. The one that flies it and the one that's in the rover thing. Okay, so both dupes go in the control pod. All right, well, let's science it. Get in the rocket. Yeah, I'm gonna have the rocket come back. One dupe is going there to stay. It'll probably be terrible. Oh, I didn't realize you'd be able to... Well, in that case, crew... Change crew. Hey, Rongar. You don't have to come along, buddy. Yeah, I thought you'd have, like, to man it to land or whatever. Okay. Yeah, thing's about to go dormant. It's gonna be a bad time. Alright, so you've got that going, you got this going. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct all that. Okay. So I got stretch and all that kind of stuff. Alright. I'm gonna do this real fast, which is... Shout out for Tiny Alley. Also streaming here on Twitch. Been playing some Product Zombie and all good stuff, so if that's your jam, go check it out. There you go, draw. Run's going well? Yeah. Well, we're going to get the next volcano online here soon. Nose are going fine. All right. Okay, so I want to deal with this. Probably not gonna mess with this one. We already have one we're working on. Alright, so we got the rocket in orbit. Select duplicate, deploy. Appreciate you looking forward to your dupes conquering space. We're working on it. Let's prioritize you building that. Do you not have the skills? No, you do. And then we have this turned on. Okay, so let's start getting stuff started here. So first, why are you not doing those things? Priorities? You can do pretty much everything. Except for decorating. So why... Oh, let's check your skills. I bet you have skills that I can't work with. It's fine. You can belt out a little bit. It just says duplicate operation requires the only thing. Okay. This will be the first bedroom up here. Go ahead and deconstruct that. Wait, first bedroom? Yep, new planet. We have expanded. So I'll put a cot in there. Yep, nope, we're messing with stuff over here. Where did you go, dupe? Where did you go, dupe? Oh, good. You're building your rocket, your launch pad. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is make our bathroom. So for right now, we're going to say outhouse. We'll just, first of all, the thing we're going to do, we're just going to cut into this place. Alright, choose blueprint. For right now, I don't really want to bring a second person until I have my food better situated. Where is auto harvest? Enable auto harvest, enable auto harvest, enable auto harvest, enable auto harvest. Permanent recruitment program. Initial contact was a success. Our new neighbor seems friendly, though extremely shy. They'll need a little more coaxing before they're ready to join your colony. Deliver food to the mailbox. Improve nearby decor. Turn on festive lights. Okay. That'll be a later me problem. Build a launch pad on a world without a teleporter. Cool. Oh. Put that up there. Alright, so we're just trying to get everything built here. Actually, don't build that there. Alright, so that does need to be a tile lower. That's fine. We'll put that there. We'll put this here. Get that up there. None of that's exposed to space yet. Deconstruct that, and we will need to get toilets and all that built. So there's plumbing. There's a wash basin. All right. There we go. So the outhouse is all hooked up. All right. I should go and pull all that out. We don't have too much in the way of food around here yet. But the good news is, if we can keep the pips around, I can have them just keep planting these trees and all that everywhere for me. And that'd be really good, because I could just keep auto-harvesting all these things. Those would be a good source of food. All right. And then these oxyferns should work out for us. So it's the volcano. Ooh, wait, what? What? Why are you getting that much heat here and not... Have I made... Oh, I basically made this place practically a vacuum. That's what's happening. So it's trying to get rid of the heat and it can't because it's pretty much a vacuum. So it should start cooling off as more air gets in here. And I need more polluted water. Comes from all this. Alright. Okay, well, I was actually expecting seeds from these things, not that they would get chopped up and that would just be the end of it. I could potentially put a place to grow stuff over here. Let's just make that official. Okay. So keep trying to expand the space as best we can. I wonder the best way to get lots of seeds would be. Alright, so the newest materials we've seen here is we've seen aluminum, we have seen, it's like aluminum's new and uranium's new. I think those are the only two materials I've seen that are new here. Lumber too? Oh, you're right. I'm used to when I'm playing not spaced out, because lumber often became one of the things I would use to for my power. I'd burn it, make a whole bunch of CO2, then use the CO2 for other things, kind of thing. Critter starvation. All right, we're dealing with this situation again where there's just going to be too much stuff. That usually implies if we go over here into this route. Yeah, I'm getting mixed gases coming through. Leave that open because what should happen is once this stops being dormant. Yeah, we basically made this tunnel into a vacuum. It's just shy of a vacuum. It's going pretty good. Yep, gonna need to keep using those restrooms. The plants need it. Alright, calories are all good here. Temperatures are all good here. Nothing's on fire down there. You're still clearing this out. Getting to space yet? Yep. We've added another planet onto our list of planets we're visiting. We should analyze that as well. There, that way if they get themselves stuck, they can climb down. You have some cold slicksters, which I think just eat. Look, yeah, they'll die. They breathe oxygen, so that's fine. They'll die, and we'll get new ones. Oh, that's fair. I was like, how did you trap yourself? For once, it's not the dupe's fault. I would suggest you get inside. Ooh, close hit. Why aren't you going through there? I gave you the skill to mine that. That's why you disable the auto delivery? That's why you wear hard hats. So honestly, with all this, mine all of that. Because it's just going to off-gas up here where it's going to do absolutely nothing. Versus if they bring it inside, that's just free oxygen. Lots and lots of free oxygen. Alright, meanwhile, for you, I'm going to tell you, priority-wise, to have a slightly reduced priority for digging. Just so you don't go up there and do that all yourself. I want the robots to do a lot of this. I'm assuming the suit is basically out of air. So when he gets up here, I'm going to have him take off the suit. You play max difficulty, no care packages, no teleportation? Cool. I have not got a whole lot of time in this game. Nowhere near enough that that'd be a reasonable thing for me to do. I'd say, please don't do the thing where you run back and forth and suffocate. Can't take apart that tile. You shouldn't have anything down there. You don't recommend it unless you're a masochist? I mean, people have seen the way I play some of these games. Yeah, get over here so I can have you drop your suit off, because I'm pretty sure your suit's not doing any good. Okay, so you finished that. Oh, right, we got rid of the storage cabinet. So let's get the storage cabinet back. I'm going to go to your priorities, and you can go back to digging. Liking character packages is the hardest thing since you are stuck only with what your starting asteroid can produce until you start space missions. Yeah. I don't get why they're not mining this. Because I like to build that and put oxalate in that, because then it should just be a source of oxygen inside here. Okay. Now I'll check to see what the temperature on the hydrogen geyser is here. See if that's something I want to unleash as a power source. It also let me get up here to this so that a pip could grab that and plant it somewhere. It's a robot brigade? Yep. They should be running out of batteries, but for some reason, even though they hit no batteries, it just keeps going, so, you know, I'm just not gonna worry about it, I guess. Everything told him it was time to die, and the robot said no. Okay, so we're gonna go to consumable ore, oxalate, put it in there. There's a known bug. If their jobs are available, then the battery runs out, they don't die. Weird. I'm okay with it. Sure, have some aluminum ore. Alright, so we check our temperatures. That's frigid cold up there. This is a little hot down here. We're kind of like wedged in between these, which is okay. I could definitely use the wood air production, or sorry, the wood power production, because the main byproduct is just carbon dioxide. Once you launched to an asteroid and mined out half of it, then one day it died for some reason, but it lasts a long time. Gotcha. So I think you're gonna do... We're gonna start putting insulation up here. So then I can insulate here and start trying to get our temperature managed. Okay, I was expecting to see this thing. Okay, so it's a hydrogen vent that's going to be coming out at 934 degrees. So another way of stating that is no. That is the way I'm going to state that, is just no. You can keep your hydrogen to yourself, buddy. I want no part of your hydrogen. Like, I'm sure I'll use it later, but a not right now kind of later. Does you suck at this game? Do you have any tips for a bad player? The big thing for me has always been the heat management. It's just keeping an eye on what's happening with your heat. Because if we go over to here, like, it's kind of like thinking about everything as a system as I gain one thing, but I get, like, there's a side effect. So, like, I get oxygen, but it creates heat. I get rid of CO2, but it creates polluted water. And that kind of stuff. And trying to think of going, okay, well, I'm doing stuff in here. It's going to make it hotter. How do I deal with that? Well, this is really cold. Okay, well, I can pump the cold water from there through here, and that gets that figured out. All right, but what happens if I make it too cold? Well, okay, well that's hot, so I can pump that through and all. Who does on the Oni Discord? Planners? Usually can't get past starving to death. Oh yeah, the early game, it's just making sure you prioritize. Like when I comes to my research, a lot of times the way I'll approach my research is I won't even bother making, where are they? I won't even bother making the planter box. I'll go right to the farm tiles, and I just make them one of the highest priorities. Oh, irrigation. Why is irrigation a problem? You should not be having... Why is fresh water in a terrible place? Okay, let's deal with that problem right now. So let's cut this pipe out of the mix. That should take care of that, you know, hemorrhaging our water supply. Alright, well, it's trying to not pump the scalding hot water back through our base, but you know, I need a little bit extra water. Because let me guess, you've gone dormant? No, you're not. Yeah, so a lot of this stuff has gone idle. Because they usually run out of oxygen, and I think... run out of oxygen, I think, or the way I'm managing my oxygen, I didn't get any in the farm area. So, one thing to note is that, generally speaking, oxygen floats up. So you want your things that need oxygen towards the top of your base. So what you'll probably want to do is, early game, you can get these, the oxygen diffusers. They're inefficient from algae standpoint, so they use a lot of resources, but they give you a lot of oxygen. And then you also have the algae terrariums, which are a bit more efficient, but they can become a problem. They actually are a heat source, and they can also increase your air pressure to the point it starts being a problem. But like that's the whole give and take in the game is, you do something, it creates a side effect, you manage that side effect, which creates a side effect, you manage that side effect, which creates a side effect. Self-powered oxygen module. Do plenty of oxygen, update dupes. Yeah. Well, I'm sure if you look up... That's concerning, that says... I need fertilizer. Have I actually run out of fertilizer? After all this time? I don't think I've ever run out of fertilizer before. Okay. Alright, you've managed to make that inaccessible. Alright, so you can go through there. I don't know what the acronym SPOM is referring to. I mean, I can assume from context it has to deal with oxygen generation. But I'm just voicing that out there because what's going to end up happening is someone who's a player who's trying to learn is going to say, I have no idea what SPOM is. They're speaking another language. Self-powered oxygen maker. Gotcha. Alright. And I'm mostly doing that so I can get down here to put down the insulation tiles. The problem is that they kick off a lot of heat. No docks available. Okay. Oh, you must have found a way. Alright. So you went down here. I see. So, well, no, you shouldn't have been able to get over there. It still should be separated in two halves that you can't get. Oh, no, they can get across here now, can't they? Alright, well, we gotta put an end to that real fast. Because now what they're doing is they're leaving the suits in the wrong places now because they're able to finally get across there. Deliver that. Deliver that. Run over here. Alright, so we got all this going. That'll get built later. I'm not even working on it right now. Got stuff I need before it'll work that I don't have yet. Oh my god, please stop putting these in the wrong places. Make those a 9, because the moment I take those two apart, they can't make the gap. They'll stop doing that. How many dupes is too many? Any amount that is more than you can handle. Generally speaking, I gain dupes extremely slowly. You do not need many dupes to run a base at all. Like, I am on 3 planets and I have 12 dupes. I get way too many, then try and rush everything. Yeah. A lot of the games around like settlement builders, colony builders, that kind of thing, it is an easy habit to fall into about trying to rush growth, and it almost always backfires. I don't want that leaking all the air out, even though it's already leaked most of it. Okay. This one will be your best run then? Nice. And that's, for the record, that like the speed growing thing is one of the most common mistakes, not just in this game, like very genuinely for almost any colony builder, like RimWorld, all of them. All of them, it's kind of the same mistake that people make a lot of time. I don't care about that tile. Okay. Yeah, RimWorld, you get too many or too rich, whatever that triggers more raids, whichever one. Yes. Basically what ends up happening is your characters do have a monetary value in RimWorld. Sorry, I didn't mean to bang the mic. And therefore, having a bunch of characters does increase your colony wealth. But like it's a very common thing that lots and lots of games, if you grow too fast, they punish you, which is a difficult thing to switch because it's also a thing that if you were ever into real-time strategy games, usually it works the reverse, that you want to rush to be as big as possible, as fast as possible. All right, Satirical, you have a good one. Thank you for dropping by. All right, so I'm trying to insulate it so that I'm limiting how much super duper cold air is coming from up here. I mean, the space exposure isn't helping, but I notice those oxalate impacts seem to be extremely cold. And I'm going to need to go to the other side and insulate that as well. I just thought of... That does 60% radiation blocking. If I layer it, that should help. Alright, so I don't have anything here that's like radiation resistant yet. Frozen Woman says, Factorio, I'm usually rushing to get bots, lasers to fight the bugs. Probably doesn't translate well to other games. Yeah. Some automation games rushing is good. Or useful, I should say. It really depends. Factorio, just choose a large starting area, and you can rush the rocket without researching military. Yep. So the hope is now, if I choose radiation, it's fairly mild. What can I do so far as a tile to limit radiation? Probably end up being something like the metal tiles and all that. A whole army of Paku to eat. Excellent. Alright, so how do I want to deal with some of this? Do we still have the pip running around here? Yeah, so we still got those pips. They can plant the oxyferns as we move them around. They're so close to the water. Yeah, they'll find their way there. Okay. So the next step is going to be building our farm. Alright, so I'm going to do for the farm over here. Let's go food. I'm not going to set up the well, do I want to set up the hydroponics? Yeah, I'll set it up. Alright, so space exposure's over there. Because I don't know what we have here to plant to eat that is renewable, but we're going to have to figure that out because I'm going to need it. Alright, so yep. So what we'll do here... Okay, so we'll start with that. You can go ahead and just blast right across all this. And all that. Build layer up here. I'm doing that way I can reach everything. Okay. I'm kind of curious with the radiation buildup, because that's a fairly new mechanic to me. Because that only came with spaced out. Like, I understand radiation should be a slow building thing kind of situation. Alright, radiation resistance, radiation absorb. So you have no radiation right now. Okay. And I deliberately let that spill out because I'm like, yeah, that'll be fine. Gotcha. Okay. So as long as the radiation doesn't get out of control, they handle their own radiation. It's only when you get too much radiation that they can't mitigate it that it becomes a problem. Alright, once we get the food online, then I'll start worrying about getting a second dupe in here. Did you just trap all yourselves? Okay. Alright. So right now I can plant these. They don't actually require anything. Where are you going with that, Pip? Does food go bad? Yes, it does. Right, what'd you plant there, little buddy? You planted a mealworm or mealwood in a place I can't get to. That's cool. Thanks, buddy. Alarm plot inoperable. No liquid intake. Now, I don't believe you actually require water. We have an unidentified subspecies of mealworm. Oh, that will only do it because I have that. Alright, well, first of all, we can go ahead and go here and say plumbing. I'm gonna need this anyways. So get that going. We'll assume I want it to go this way. Alright. Now for power. This is the catch. If I put insulation in here, I should be able to get this temperature something comfortable for us. But I want to be careful where we put our power, because that usually is always a source of heat. My thought is to shove it down here somewhere that might be below where I actually tend putting my base. I don't think that's going to work out too well yet. Did you play Only today? Yeah. Well, I played Oxygen Not Included today. I'll probably go back to playing the Railway Empire 2 tomorrow. You know, kind of like ping pong back and forth and that kind of stuff. I've been kind of doing that lately, is I'll play one game until we like finish whatever the run campaign, whatever you want to call it. Once that's done, then I will, you know, take it off. But I'll keep like two of them that'll bounce back and forth between the two of them. So like Railway Empire 2, we started playing that because our Prisoner Architect run, our character got killed, so because we were doing permadeath warden mode. You good at this game? Long time you play? No, I'm still I would definitely put myself very far from like being really good at the game or anything. I know a lot of how it works, but I'm definitely not an advanced player. Like, there's lots of things I set up that are pretty far from the way, like, the best way I could put them. You know, honestly, if you're just gonna keep getting all this everywhere, just make it all mesh. Alright, so that's... Yeah, so our natural gas is going to end up going away. Yeah, these ones are complaining about not having fertilizer. So you need dirt. I'm surprised I'm out of dirt. Oh, here, that's going to be an endless problem, so let's just go ahead and make those tiles. That's good. You don't use, like, advanced glitch to make everything happen? I like how you play. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's generally true regardless of what game I'm playing. It's pretty rare you'll see me do, like, glitches, exploit, you know, creative use game mechanics, whatever you want to call it. Like, I got no problem with people doing it, it's just not how I prefer playing my games. Alright, so we got all that. Okay, so the water's almost gone from there. Go ahead and do that. Deconstruct that. Alright. This seems like it's slowly melting. Despite us keeping that whole area cold. We have gross water in here for some reason. How are we doing temperature-wise in here? Not too shabby. We are pumping hot water, but I think because the pipe is blocked, it's moving so little hot water at a time that it's not proving to be much of a problem. Okay. Yeah, so those are having irrigation problems. And it's very genuinely, we're not making enough gross water. Interesting how you use volcanoes. Yeah. It's a source of electricity for us and everything. It's just not consistent because it turns off for a while. But I'm gonna get that one online. It'll do the same here, and between the three of them I should have a pretty decent one. Yeah, I mean the long hair one's going to starve. These other ones are just fighting over what little carbon dioxide's getting through. Yeah, because we basically depleted our carbon dioxide coming into the system right now. Until our geyser stops being dormant. We'll end up needing to move that. How's your oxygen system? They're all going pretty well. So, like, this one right now, just because the oxalate meteors, I'm just using the oxalate meteors for the moment. I also have the oxyfern that I keep hearing, but right now I'm not producing a carbon dioxide to keep them happy. So I'm not having to worry about them too much. But if we go here to this one for its oxygen production, it's mostly these two electrolyzers up here. But then in a pinch, I've got these oxygen diffusers that can help as well. But it's mostly these two that are doing the bulk of the work. And then this one, it's the same thing. I've got a rust one, I've got electrolyzers here, and I got one down here as well. And I've got these if I happen to get algae over here. I turned off that building because it's doing really good on natural gas, so I didn't really have a reason to run it. Yeah, they're all basically going idle over here. It's really hot down there. Just got stuck waiting on that. It'll get better once this gets farther along. I just need to get more polluted water. Which I get a bit from all this stuff. Okay. So we're getting all this built. We're starting to get food production going here. And meanwhile, what can I do? That's not the one I'm looking... Well, actually. You make sand. Alright, let's take a look at this. You require dirt. So we have additional states of sand, allergy medication, research. Okay, you reduce how much dirt's in there. You make coal with dirt. Mud can be made dirt. Compostables become dirt. Alright, what can we add here for the compostables? I didn't even look at this. I actually don't even see where I can set the compost pile to be other stuff. I know I can put, like, gross dirt in there. I'm trying to figure out what other sources of dirt we got. Ah, that's interesting. So pips will eat thimbleweed and arbor trees to make them into dirt. Okay, so basically pips are going to be a source of dirt. The downside is those things that are sources are not available here right now. I'll have to bring the seeds across at some point. Alright, deconstruct that. You got your stuff going over here. This is coming along nicely over here. That's going well as well. It's kind of interesting, the idea of taking stuff like this. Could have sworn something like that you could compost with seeds or something at that point. I thought there was more you could do with that. Nah, I think they made it so that's the fish food. There's something else you used to be able to compost. Like there's before the fish food, there's some other resource you could use the seeds as. It probably just went away and they just rebalanced it, kind of thing. I was waiting for the volcanoes to erupt so that can go off again. Alright, so one thing I could do in the meantime is power heavy watt cable. I got that whole system. Alright, so connect you. We'll end up putting a battery here. Come on. We'll end up putting a battery up here. Okay, what would be the best route for me to go? So I can skip that, like, when I say skip that, as in we'll just not have the tile there. Right, you can't go through that. That's fine. You can bridge over here. I was just smash it in right there. Okay, so for this to work, I need to make a conductive bridge there, there, and there. And I'll be able to disconnect that and smash that across. And then I'll pile more power into the system. Okay, so we can go ahead and deconstruct those. Plant the mealworms. So I suspect what will happen is sooner or later I'm going to find other seeds that I can grow here. Okay, so that needs to be in water, salt water, whatever. It needs bleach stone and salt to grow to get lettuce. I don't have a great source for those. Get out of here, shine bug. Okay. Alright, so we have that going as best we can. How would I like to handle the next thing? I'm trying to not mess with that right now. Let's pop over here. Alright, let's think this through. So I can go over here. Put a tile here, make another bedroom there. Disconnect that. Deconstruct this ladder being here. I'll scooch it over there. And go down here and say, yep, I would like this carved right through that spot. They shouldn't really need to go above. Okay, we also want to dig all that out. Alright, I want those to be airflow. I want these to be airflow tiles. That way if I get hydrogen in here, which is bound to happen, it doesn't just get stuck up there forever. One second. That one's missized. Okay. So this will set us up where I can get more dupes and they'll have bedrooms and all that. They won't immediately be pissed off because they won't have rooms. Alright. I do need to get more radiation shielding in a lot of this. There's 60% protection from radiation per tile. So honestly, just go for it. Then I'll go over here and just say, go for that. So we're going to keep getting this set up here. Try and shield it as much as we can. Let's cancel this for right now. I want to see if we get any carryover radiation with this setup. Still trying to decide where I'm putting our power production, because that's going to generate a lot of heat, and I don't want that heat inside this area. But at the same time, we have the oxyferns planted here, and they will absorb carbon dioxide, so I want the carbon dioxide with the oxyferns. Now, the good news is I got a bunch of pips running around here, so there's a chance I can use the pips to help me try and get stuff where I need it. Alright. Alright, so I'm just gonna make this. It doesn't need to be this way. I'm just doing this way because I feel like it. Alright, who else idle? Okay, still got some ones over here who are idle right now. Just because I don't have them doing any of this. That's dormant and everything, so they're all just kind of waiting. Yeah, because these have all gotten hot because there's not enough air down here. We practically made it a vacuum. So just waiting for that to come back online. Everyone's just kind of chilling. Let's put those two air tiles there, because that should help where it doesn't get this little pocket here. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to have to get some proper oxygen production in here. I over-anticipated what that oxalate chucking into a cabinet was going to do for me. Because very clearly I do not have enough oxygen here. And those aren't doing enough because there's not enough carbon dioxide. So I'm going to have to try and get the oxyfern planted down here by the pips. Which shouldn't be impossible to do. Oh, I see what happened. I'm being dumb. So what happened is they opened this up to space and they're letting my atmosphere out rapidly. Please plug the hole. That's what I get for rushing it. I could have just done it controlled, but I didn't. So we're losing all of our air right now to space. I just need to plug up as much of this as I can as fast as I can. Because, like, man, my oxygen was in great shape. What happened in the last 5 minutes? Oh, we vented our atmosphere into space. Yeah, that'll do it. Where like, yeah, that does happen sometimes. Yeah, don't you hate it when you just oxygen to space? The good news is I do have these oxyfern. I'm gonna have to get more gas. Imagine digging through a rock and hitting a vacuum. Well, that's I never really got into Dwarf Fortress, but there was a game just called Dwarves, and that's the thing that would happen is you'd mine too aggressively and you'd just chip through a wall and lava would spill out and just like, oh god. Try and quickly like dig a hole in the ground to get rid of it. Oh, you're not gonna be able to reach this, are you? What are you currently doing? What are you currently doing? Oh. Oh, it just wasn't playing the animation. Okay. I was like, why are you just standing there staring at the thing that's leaking your oxygen? And not, you know, go over there and do something about it. No, 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 no. You finish that. Until the venting of the oxygen stops, there is no sleep. Okay, so now it's an enclosed space again. So we shouldn't have oxygen leaking out of the world. So, at this point, I think it's time we just hook up our power. And if I have to move it, I have to move it. Because at least this is going to make carbon dioxide, and I can use that carbon dioxide to, you know, feed the fern kind of thing. We'll end up needing to move it because that's going to be hot here. That's going to be a problem. But right now, the amount of stuff I'd have to dig out before it's okay is going to be a lot, so we're just not ready for it. Another thing to do is food. Refrigerator. We'll connect that. I also noticed we don't have algae here, do we? I mean, that's fine. I'm not upset about that. It's just like, we don't have algae. I can't use the algae for that purpose. Snazzy suit. Where are you, buddy? You live in this colony by yourself? Go get your snazzy suit. Take everything for the time being, and I'll let you catch up with insulating everything. Yeah, so that should produce carbon dioxide, and that carbon dioxide will allow these to absorb it slowly. The good news is both of those are technically below it. So while this is gonna like fill up down here, that should be okay. The reason I'm trying to get the 2 layers of insulated tiles here is just to mitigate some of the radiation getting in. Okay. Alright, so this wants food delivered to the mailbox. Improve nearby decor, and turn on festive lights. Okay, you can handle up to 104 degrees. Because that's going to produce a decent amount of heat. Alright. So I like the idea of enclosing this and making it like a quote-unquote like natural park or whatever it is. I can't remember exactly what I need to make that happen. If we go to rooms, where's rooms? There we go. Stable. Natural reserve. Park sign, 4 wild plants, no industrial machinery, minimum 32, maximum 120. Okay. We can do that. We'll deconstruct that tile. I'm gonna go ahead and slap a tile here just to give it a floor. And I'll put a door up here. That way it's considered a room. I don't care about the ceiling, but the floor we want to be mostly plantable. Deconstruct this tile, deconstruct this tile. How are you doing on your radiation, by the way? You're at 3.12 rad, so you're getting rid of it. Cool. Lock this open, because I do want the pips to run in and out with seeds. Like, uproot that. So that way the pip can replant it again and again. So because I want to get the pips to put it down here kind of thing. It'd be really good, honestly, if I can get the pips inside the room and close the door behind them. That'd be pretty good. Don't touch that one yet. Wait till this one's done. I don't need to insulated block these. Like, this probably didn't even need to be insulated block either, but... Actually, they don't. So, don't need to insulated block that. Okay, and I need to put a sign in here, which I believe is under furniture. Park sign. Okay. Alright, so it gives us a park. It's a nature reserve. So +6 morale. Does a cargo container storage bin, do you count as industrial? Because what I could do is a cheeky trick here. So you can put that there. Tell it to put all the seeds in that room. We'll put all the seeds in here. And then just dump the seeds out again. Come on. I know you're saving, it's fine. Seeds. So start storing all the seeds in there. Perfect, they put the oxygen fern in there. Okay, this also means I can now put this tile here and delete that. I'll actually put insulated tiles there, there, and there. Cut down on the radiation that's gonna come through here. There's a whole lot of radiation in this whole area. Right. I'd like to get both the pips inside that room. Of course, they both ran outside the room. There we go. We got one in. Because then I can also do some shenanigans like make this bottom section a door as well, maybe. And then just basically make place for the pips to grow everything for me. Like the water seeds and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Oh, it's chlorine. I was sitting there, it's like, why am I getting polluted oxygen? It's like, oh, it's chlorine. It's like, I mean, that's not ideal, but still. Okay, so I got all that cleaned up. Alright. Oh wait, don't deliver. Nine. Do that. Close the door. Close the door, Nicola. Close the door, buddy. Close the door, man. Why aren't you doing that? What is your priorities? Do you not? Put toggling way up there. Because I'd really like to trap the pips in there so they keep planting stuff. There we go. Let's widen that so the air can filter back up pretty easy. Alright, so we've got all that going on. How are you doing on rads, buddy? So the downside is, what is off-gassing so aggressively? Bleachstone. Well, hear me out. I don't want to deal with that right now. I can put you over here and I can tell you to put all the bleachstone in there, buddy. So that this room stops filling up with chlorine. Right, what am I doing for oxygen? I have pretty limited water, so that's gonna be tough. I don't have rust, so that's gonna be tough. The oxygen diffuser, I don't have algae. I don't even think I have dirt, like gross dirt, so I really don't have much I could use outside of electrolyzer, which would be fine, except I really don't have a source of net new water that I can get at yet. I got this down here for desalinization. I think that's basically it. No, there was polluted. Somewhere around here there was the polluted water as well. It was up here farther. I think that's the polluted water down there. So I'm gonna need to go for that. That's gonna be a priority, I think. Yeah, so the Fern are making air for me, but not very fast. Alright, so I think the next move, outside all the other things I need to do, it's going to be making ourselves a mess hall. Alright, we can have consumable ore. Bleach stone goes over here. Okay, and this is probably way bigger. You know what? Honestly, it is too big a room. So we will we'll split into two rooms. We'll have right here will be the separation. One will be the mess hall, and then the other one will be like the medical room or whatever. Because I'll probably end up needing that with the bees and everything else down there. Where is... There's a mess table. Alright, I'll probably end up having to do some work to decor everything. That's not okay, that's fine. Bunch of copper ore and all that. So still having problems with atmosphere over here. Is another Dreco or whatever it is going to kill itself in this volcano too? We had that previously up in this room. A Dreco got inside and just got absolutely annihilated. Okay, so we got brine, ethanol, and 2 people I don't really want. So with ethanol, I can drop off ethanol here and it'll get used. Alright, I'll deal with that. So you're out of ethanol, so let's pop over here real fast and reconnect this pipe. How are you trapped? Because you can jump over here, go and climb up that way and go that way. Oh, there's a block there. Just go and mine it, buddy. You got this. Young fried Dreco. More steamed Dreco, but you know. Well, actually, no. I mean, fried then steamed. Not how I'd recommend doing it. Usually, if you're going to do that kind of thing, you go the other way. You steam it to, like, soften up, and then you fry it to, you know, give it a crisp spot. But, you know, whatever. I haven't eaten Dreco before. I don't know. Alright, let's start looking at some of the... Okay, so we've got our medical stuff here. So that'll help. Another thing I need to do is start just making plain old storage. Like I don't really care what it is. Storage. Lock it open, lock it open, lock it open. Okay. Yeah, if I can get the polluted water geyser, like I can just like leave this as the polluted water pool, and that'll work out well for us for the time being. And then I can start filtering that. Well, actually, do I have sand? I have salt. I don't have rust, but I have salt. Alright, didn't we have one of these that was... I say there's one of these that we had was some kind of mutation or whatever. Alright, so for right now, even though I'm gonna regret it, choose all, copy, do that. We can start cleaning up the mess. Okay, so they were able to plant on Abyssal, which I did not expect. All right. I want to give them a chance to plug that up. Okay. Radiation's gone pretty okay so far. We're still trying to limit it up here. I think I'm going to have to put like another layer of these. Each one of them should cut it down to half. Just under half. So yeah, it's good. Strategist loves strive food. Yeah, that's fair. There's very little fried that doesn't taste good. Now, Shredder's the hungry, thanks. Hey, you're the one who brought up fried Dreco. Don't complain to me. It feels like this is something you did to yourself. What? Why are you complaining? You're shriveled up as if you're having a problem. Let's see. Have you played K2SE mod in Factorio? Probably not. It's usually pretty rare that I mod any meaningful amount in almost any game. It's just, I've had way too many times been bitten from trying to enjoy some mod or another, having stability problems or corrupted save file problems or stuff like that, that I've gotten to the point I just don't. Like, it's rare exceptions do happen. It's nothing against mod, I've just had too much bad luck that I just don't even want to deal with it anymore. Hey, Patch, are we in a mod list? Yep. Oh, on stream, we've gotten soft-locked more than once in a game from a mod. It really sucks when you put, you know... Well, hates mod so much you'd rather complain about a problem in a game than install it can be fixed. So some stuff I do install fixes, like the cleaning thing in RimWorld, but there's a lot of stuff that I'm like, look. Look, this needs to be part of your base game. Like, there's no excuse for it anymore. It's one thing, it's like, new game, small team, sure, I gotcha, I understand, that's fine. But when you have, like, a pain point that's been around since, like, vanilla, like, the very beginning of your game, and your game's almost 10 years old, like, look, man, there's a point it stops being excusable. But Elgozo was not wrong. I get very frustrated with a few specific mechanics in RimWorld that should not work the way they work. And there are mods to fix it, and I'm aware of it. Like riding a horse for a good event? No, that's a feature. That's not a bug. Yeah, so need them to pull everything out here. I'm okay with the tiny little spot of water in the corner because, I mean, let's be real, I'm going to put water in there anyways. You are done with that liquid pump. You can go ahead and deconstruct that pipe. Gonna make yourself a chimichanga? Will you enjoy your chimichanga? Alright, so the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take that off of the system. And instead, I'm not ready for the gas pump yet, but we will put a gas pump on the system. Oh, right. I'm going to need to make that a vacuum, which is going to require me to have the 2 doors, as I make this heavy wire that cannot pass through walls. Cancel that build in that spot. Instead, go for the beefy cable there. Yeah, they're all... oh, right, because your tidying up is probably a higher priority than harvesting. I can actually live with that for right now. Keep cleaning up your base. They don't get all the mood penalties for the place being an absolute disaster. So much junk just piled up in that little room. Okay, so that comes out at 86, and it has food poisoning germs. You know what? I am A-okay with germifying our life. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is... Alright. Go get those done. Once we get all these sorted out... Here, I'm going to have to... take a ladder up the side here to do that. You can take that across the bottom here. And here. Alright. Because if we get the polluted water out there, I can start processing the polluted water into fresh water, and that gives me a freshwater source here. Waiting to see if they were that let's try to decide against a chimichanga for frozen ready to eat meal. That's fair. Okay, so we're trying to go ahead and get all the insulated tile here. What is happening here that we're not getting these done? Where is our... oh, they're asleep. Never mind. That explains that. Go and make that a very high priority one. And then this one here, so we at least can finish that bedroom and get this out of here. Alright, what's going on with you? Why are you still... Do you still not have... You're still basically waiting for this to come back online. They've got no meaningful amount of carbon dioxide re-entering the system. Our natural gas is getting low, so it's time to turn that back on so people can start burning themselves. Which will, somewhat ironically, give me some carbon dioxide through all this stuff running more. Because there's just tiny bits of carbon dioxide going through. Ooh, even our hydrogen's starting to take hit. Oh, that was because I had that pipe disconnected for too long, the petroleum pipe. Alright, and what do we got here? Yeah, go ahead and mine that out of here. Oh, actually, that can go too. This middle part's going to be something I'll just have to take a ladder and tear down, honestly. Alright, there's the next 4 tiles to go. Okay, take that apart. And take all that apart. I'll put 1 tile here in case they actually ever decide to properly do that. Can take those 2 apart. Alright, what do we got with materials this time? Puffet eggs. If I can get those out here, they should really do a number on that polluted oxygen. It seems I get them, and then I look away for a little while, and then they're gone. And I never do figure out exactly what happened to them. Oh, is storage full? Is that what's going on? It's pretty close to full. Full enough that I'm going to go ahead and... expand that. Alright. Let's look at the power. Okay, so you still haven't done the bridges and all that. That's fine. Alright. So unreachable dig. It's already been dug. There is nothing to dig here. Take that 1 higher. I just want you to put the insulation in there. It could be that I'm out of rock. But I expect it to give a different message if that were the case. Alright, so that's dormant for the time being. But that'll be our source of polluted water. That I could then convert into clean water, and by clean I mean, you know, not polluted, but absolutely full to the brim with germs. It is going to be super unsafe water that we're going to go ahead and eat anyways. Alright, so what can a sieve even run on? Can I run a sieve? I should have thought about that part. Because sieve needs sand or mud or something like that. Or, sorry, sand or clay. Oh, we have sand. Okay, we do have filtration material. Okay, we're good. So refinement. I put the sieve way down here. We'll end up moving the power down here. So just plan to do that now. With the wood burner. With the jumbo battery. I can leave the rest of that up there, honestly. We'll put the other pump down here. How hot is that going to come out? Okay, it's just going to be like mildly warm. Alright, so this is going to get all full of germs and awful and terrible. I'll have to figure out a way to deal with it, like chlorine or something. For right now, this is where I'm getting new water. It's just what's going to happen. It's not ideal, it's not optimal, but, you know. Of course there's salt water there. We might be able to fix this real fast. We'll let that drop down there. Put a little pit for it. And then seal it off by itself. Oxygen's getting desperate. Still don't have much of a source. I'm going to have to set up the electrolyzer. I was trying not to, but I think realistically that's just going to happen. Oh, not that high. And we'll pop over here and put a tile there. Alright. Alright, buddy, you just need to hold off a little longer. We also haven't had a meteor shower in a while. I'm gonna make it so there's just the one. Alright, what's going on here? You still need irrigation stuff. That's all fine. That's doing its thing. Okay. Hydrogen's still doing its job. How much longer? 20 more days. Yeah, those geysers are not a reliable thing. Surprisingly, we still have some natural gas left, despite having this thing shut down for a bunch of cycles already. But we're gonna struggle here in a little bit, because it still has like another 60 before it comes back online. So we're making do while we can, but it is gonna be one of those things that ultimately I'm gonna, before I forget, because it's low enough anyways, let's turn these back on. These are my emergency keep us from dying wheels. But I don't like turning them on because it means my characters just sit there and mess around at the wheel all day. There should be glass down in here somewhere. Okay. So I could see starting to set this thing up. Because I can make the enclosed space and all of that to begin with without a problem. Like, open that up so you don't trap yourself in. Yeah, we should be able to build everything in there with that. Now, I'm not going to be able to actually use it for its intended purpose for a while still. And now for... Oh. Bringing in water in here is going to be really hard. I didn't think about that. The water is going to just straight up turn to ice while I'm trying to get it up here. I could deliberately... You know what? This actually wouldn't be that bad. Let's put a cabinet in here. You have a really high melting point. I just put a cabinet in here with a bunch of ice in it. Well, not a bunch. Some ice in it. A very small amount of ice in it. And then it should thaw when it gets up here. Or I wonder what happens if you do the thing where you bottle water and you put the water bottles up there. I wonder what happens if you had like a water bottle. Like it would get hot enough and it would evaporate, right? It, like just like the bottle would disappear and it'd go back into being a gas. And you got all that that's waiting. We got a whole bunch of stuff that's just waiting. Alright, we're working on getting this all built. The good news is the robots can do a lot of this without the help. Okay, so that's perfect. We can start mopping up all that water. I don't really have a destination in mind for it, but that's fine. Okay, you already hooked up? You are. Okay. Then disable that building and deconstruct it. Because that'll move our power production down here. Because then with that, I can go ahead and put insulation on the bottom of this. I'll probably put it right above here. Yeah, like right here will be our layer of insulation. That way, as this heats up, it can keep its heat to itself. Deconstruct that, and we'll put an airlock down here. Okay. You know, we can deconstruct these two. We'll disable that building. I'll put a plunger here. Hold up. Is that too high? It's probably too high. That's fine. I just realized that that isn't attached anymore, so this will attach it. That's fine. Alright. So I just want to get this all cleaned up before that becomes not dormant anymore. That way I'm not mixing brine and, well, salt water and the polluted water and causing all sorts of grief for myself. Okay. Wonder why it didn't play the alert. So thank you so much for the raid, Josie Raider. Why didn't it play the alert? Let me go ahead and do a shout out for you. Sorry about that. That's one of 2 alerts I've had not shout out, like, go for well. Like, only one today. So thank you so much, Josie Raider, who was raiding in with a group of 6, but playing some Project Zomboid. So if Project Zomboid your jam, that's where you can go find it. So thank you again, and welcome in, Raiders. I do apologize for the lack of alert. Yeah, I've been doing good. How about yourself? But I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one life on harder than apocalypse settings, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That record has been beaten, but that is what I'm most known for. That said, I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, including City Builders, Settlement Builders, Colony Builders, Tycoon, Roguelike, Roguelites, Simulation, Survival, yada yada yada, a whole bunch of things. So if any of that sounds good, don't forget to drop a follow. We can find our way back in the future. He said, yep, we played with sprinters, tried to make a pizza. Making a pizza in Project Zomboid is monumental. I think the only thing worse than pizza was making a cake. The Trouble Queen says, I like this game. What is your favorite ice cream? Mine is salted caramel. My favorite ice cream. I do... Why don't I have these open? I do really enjoy mint chocolate chip. But there's definitely times we're in a mood for something a little bit more exotic than that. Because mint chocolate chip is pretty standard. We successfully heated up a frozen pizza, so the stream was a success. Nice. Oh, it was like mint chocolate chip gang. I know, right? Who doesn't like mint chocolate chip? It's okay. We've all established the fact that she's married to me. She clearly has bad taste. But I mean, it's just, it's you know, it's additional evidence. It wasn't even her starting house. We had to work for it. Nice. If you've ever tried to make the cake, like that is one of those like rites of passage, like getting 100,000 zombies or anything like that. It's that level of such ridiculous nonsense to make a freaking cake in that game. I think even out of the people who have killed over 100,000 zombies, only a few have successfully made a cake. Because you have to find milk, you have to find eggs, you have to find a whole bunch of stuff, most of which goes bad right at the beginning of the game. And it's just a whole big thing. I don't even remember what all goes into it because it's such a pain in the butt. Watch. The dupe is 100% ghost strand that. You made a cake a couple times? It's hard as hell. Gotcha. Then you know. I did it once and I'm like, yep, I've done it. I got my badge. I am not coming back to make another one. The logo says, my only complaint about mint chocolate chip is that it usually isn't minty enough. I want aggressively minty ice cream. Aha. I can get down with that. I still think one of the most interesting ice cream flavors, and bear with me when I say this, one of the most interesting ice cream flavors I've ever had was olive oil. It was mostly vanilla, but they added olive oil to it as well. And it was like, at first you're like, what? Why would, what? It was actually pretty good. There's a place in one of the touristy areas nearby us that their whole shtick is they do like really weird ice creams. But surprisingly it was good. Like, and Bianca Rose like giving a horrified face. I mean, don't get me wrong, that was my first thing. It was like, I have low expectations for this ice cream, but I'm gonna be real, I'm not going to find this anyplace else. So sure, I'll try your weird ice cream. And I was like, okay. Because it's, when I say it's olive oil, it's very, very light on the olive oil flavor. It was still sweet. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It was like, it was vanilla that just had like a little something to it. And I was like, alright, I can dig this. Am I gonna order this all the time? Absolutely not. But I am enjoying it. So what building is entombed? Oh, that's fine. I can get behind that. Yeah. Give me my free oxygen. I like the oxalite meteors. They make me happy and give me free oxygen. Minimal low effort oxygen. They also collide and they don't seem to do like any real damage. They kind of just cover up a whole bunch of area. Which will be goodly, well timed, because the oxygen here getting pretty scarce. I'm trying to bring it online, but it's not doing a whole lot of good. Okay, 1 second. New plan, emergency, that wall. We may or may not have just opened ourselves out to space. Have you ever lost a dupe to a meteor? No, I had one strike right next to my dupe a little bit ago. And it didn't seem to do anything. You're gonna need to build way faster, man. Alright. How do you increase atmospheric pressure? You need anything that will create some type of air without costing it. So that's where like the algae terrariums are. They create more air than they wait, do they create more air? Yeah, they create more air than they absorb, and therefore are a net gain in air. The if we go to my main base, these oxygen diffusers, those will create more air than they consume. The electrolyzers create more air than they consume. That's a big thing. Like, if you look at here, it'll say, like, I put out, could teleport, stop. I'm trying to show people. So it says, okay, it's making 888 grams per second of oxygen. and a tiny little bit of hydrogen, but it's not consuming any air at all. So that's the big thing. Because if you just carve out your cavern bigger and bigger, you're taking what oxygen you have and spreading it wider and wider. Okay, so you're getting on the fence of too hot. So let's take this and turn that off for a little while. Storage should be basically full. It is... Oh yeah, it's full. The dirty water is not full. That's fine. So take the extremely hot straight out of the refinery water, stop pulling that in, and just let our cold water go around. Okay, so you did seal the building again. Good for you. I do want to make that tile insulated as well. That's fine. All that delicious oxalate, I would like you to bring that inside, please. Like, don't wait. Just inside. Okay, meanwhile they're trying to build all this. That way they can clear all that out as well. Alright, well at least they resealed the place so it's not leaking atmosphere. The good news is the air pressure is going up a little bit. The bad news, I really want them to bring that oxalate into... I have this one place here. Because that's kind of a way I've been helping with the air. Is though when the meteors crash, they'll grab it all and bring it in. Unfortunately, I can't set the robots' priorities. They just kind of do what they want. That's fine. Dupe gonna dupe? Absolutely. The dupe is living their best dupe life. Like right now, Nicola's getting stuck just cleaning up salt water. Which is fine. I do need to get that done before this boudoir goes. I think we're at the point on this colony, though, I can take a second person here. Like, our food is in good shape, relatively speaking. The air's not great, but it's not going to get better without more people helping. I'm actually surprised that Nicola here isn't having a colossal meltdown. Colony summary is highlighted? Alright, sure, whatever. Okay, Nicola. Yeah, it says your morale should be just crashing, but you know what? I live with the current situation. You're getting fussy. Okay. Probably something to work on. Alright. So bear with me, chat, for just a minute. I'm going to slow down time for a minute because I need to go grab myself another drink. So I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, do all that kind of stuff. In the meantime, thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, lurking, chatting, following, subscribing, doing the bits, the hosts, the donos, and the raids. It all helps. I really do appreciate it, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. And I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, and back. Sorry about that. And thank you again for everyone who's been tuning in. It's been nice. Like we have been consistently having pretty good streams, like a lot lately, which has been really nice and helpful, because it was definitely for a while there that like numbers on Twitch in general were really not great. Part of that was I kept getting self-conscious and popping back into Project Zomboid for a little while, and then I'd have like one day of good numbers and it'd crash right back down. And so it's just like, okay. So I think we hit a good stride with a bunch of these games. I think part of it was also I was getting into a game and then bailing out of it because the numbers wouldn't be good, and I'd do the next one kind of thing. We just kind of got to the point like, okay, I'm gonna keep 2 long-form games going, and that's done pretty well. Because we did RimWorld like that, we've done Oxygen Not Included like that, we did Prison Architect like that. Railway Empire 2 is going to be like that. Then we do a good couple streams of it. You know, until we hit an end, either the, you know, a game over style end or other. Alright, so what's going to need to happen here? Okay. Oh, the fresh water. Well, the gross water. That's fine. Alright, so gross water will go there. More Royal Empire? Yep. That's the plan. I had a good time with it. So we are going to be revisiting the plan is to keep going with the campaign on it. And then once we've done all the campaign, assuming people are still interested in it, my intention after that would be to circle back and do another custom map with the difficulty turned up, because we did one with the difficulty not that high, just like the default difficulty. I absolutely demolished my competition, and then once they were gone, it was kind of like, do I just kind of grow my stuff, which is fine, but not necessarily the most exciting for both viewership or whatever. So I wanted to have it a little bit more of a challenge. So I think we'll just turn that up next time, which is fine. We didn't know. As you do. Yep. I'm not sure how much to turn it up. That's always the tricky part, because you can turn it all the way up to the max, and that's like sweaty and not very fun. Like, there's just no breathers. You have to like make every decision count, and that can be fun in its own right, but it can also be tiresome. Honestly, if I dig up a little bit of this, I might be able to get that thin enough that I can sweep up that ethanol and clean that out. Alright. Ooh, algae. Okay. I'm gonna take the algae here. No, I'm not. I'm gonna take the algae in our other location for now, and the reason I'm going to do that is so I could use that for air production, because none of these dupes are particularly what I'm looking for. Like, machinery is cool and all. Yeah, that's because the power's off because of that. Which that should get better, because they're pumping all sorts of really cold water through here. Now, Waking of the Rebellion on the hard difficulty is Unforgiving. There's a lot of games that you turn up the difficulty, and there's Unforgiving in it's just like a genuinely fun but challenging experience, and then there's Unforgiving where it's the enemies one-shot you and take a billion hits to die, which is not that fun and more just tedious. Why are you not getting done? You're just not the priority. Nicola has to build you, and Nicola's sweeping. Wake of the Rebellion is a mod? Sure. That doesn't change anything I just said? This is the input from up here and the output down there. So deconstruct that. Just being sassy. Nah, I figured. And to put a shower in here. I think that free oxalate will go to waste. Yeah, I don't think the robots did a good job of bringing literally any of it. They just, I don't even know what they're getting. Oh, I mean, they're building this now. I was saying, I have been distracted by doing too much. It's fine. The oxygen is picking up in here. We'll get there. What is your opinion of the cat? Cats are cool. I never had a cat of my own, but I have no problems with cats. Alright, starting to make a little petroleum now and then. Okay. Alright, cool. So we got all of the, we got all the salt water up. So we don't have to worry about that. Like, it's just sitting in, like, these on the ground, which is fine. I mean, honestly, I could technically put the spigot up here and just tell it to dump the salt water down to this hole. And it would just turn it into snow. Alright, Strider, you sleep well. Wouldn't be the worst use of it. Empty pipe. Oh, right. You need... Well, no. You don't need that. What do you... Yeah, so you have an empty pipe for water because this isn't built. Once that's built, we should be in relatively good shape. And the first of the polluted water starts going into the system. And so begins gross. It says unreachable dig, but we're not digging anything. That's what I'm not really getting about this. You could definitely put stuff here. I mean, just put that there, whatever you can make happen. Okay. Yeah, so the oxalate did go to waste, but it does look like the robots are finally starting to put stuff in storage. I will end up needing a lot more storage space. You can worry about that when we get there. Yeah, we're just not making nearly enough polluted water, which is an interesting problem to have. How is our water going? Freshwater seems to be doing just fine and dandy for the time being. I still got a pretty good amount in there, so we're good there. Check our main colony, see how stuff's going on here. Got that back online. That's finally all thawed. Like, really, this entire frozen biome is just gone now. Oh, good, we did get some puffs out here, so they should start eating all this polluted oxygen little by little. We've got you going. Still waiting for them to build the power wire here. Okay, the other thing we could start doing is, at least for the piping, I can go in here and say, plumbing, conductive, we'll start going this way. Okay. Alright, so for coolant, that'll be coolant in and out. Which I'd be curious, because I'm going to have to do something with that, because I don't think I can just hook it up to the same system here and have it go okay. If the thing will end up getting too hot, we'll see. Trying to help improve the temperatures there. Yes, they're struggling because they're getting too hot. We should start getting the really cold liquid through here soon. Like, that's just it. This will cool it down if we can keep it online. I just don't have the power steady enough. I mean, that does power this. It should kick in once this battery's low. But that's why I want a second one, because I can hook it up to these ones to keep the cooling system online. And if I can keep the cooling system online, I can bring that temperature way the heck down. Run all of these solid and then have the surplus power. And if nothing else, I could use this as a cooling for more. And I'm making good progress in building all this stuff. Not gonna putting anything in there yet. Okay, so what are we getting this time? Okay, none of those are particularly people I want yet. Yeah, so it's still struggling temperature-wise. We turned that off, so we're not... Sorry, we turned that off. We're not getting hot water into the system anymore. It's just we still have hot water in our pipes here. Once it stops lagging, okay. So as soon as we get the, like we have all this cold water here, we got that super cold water here. Not getting any return cold water of any meaningful amount. That should bring the temperature back down. We'll give it just a little bit, and I can turn this thing back on. Once they build that door, I'll put the other stuff here. You don't have a lot of breathable air, but that's okay for now. I'd really like you to build that, you know? Alright, you're asleep, so you're not allowed to do it by schedule. That's fine. Yeah, basically I need a second person here, because Nicola cannot do it himself. Oh, that's not what you want. Alright, hang on. Okay. Yeah, temperature-wise, I'm gonna have a lot of temperature production down here. It's interesting that says it's 210 degrees Fahrenheit, even though the water puts out is only 80-something degrees Fahrenheit. Versus we took one peek at the hydrogen one and went, nope, nope, absolutely not, nope. That's gonna be a solid nope. No, 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 no. 900 degrees, no, 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 no. I will want to do stuff with that later, but right now, it's gonna be a big old no. Now I think about it. This pipe, I should have it go over here as the priority and only drop down here if it's blocked. Which will be easily doable. So what that should do is it'll prioritize that path up here, and then if it's blocked, it'll go down there. So why are you not building that? Keeps reprioritizing it to later and later tasks. Alright. Oh, at this point I can also go here and say, get rid of that. So we can get the air through so the carbon dioxide sinks down in here where this oxyfern is. So I wonder with the Oxyfern if it... Yeah, so it only requires 2 high. So... it's unfortunate there's not that much space there. I'd say, because it'd be fun if I could, like, guarantee... Or not guarantee, because I'd have the smaller plants, but to give a good chance of the Oxyfern getting planted. Because I do like the idea of having, like, an Oxyfern... like, planting zone or whatever you want to call it. The thing is, I don't have enough plantable dirt down here. So I want to expand, like, make more and more of this. But I don't know what it will and won't plant Oxyfern in. I know it can't plant on any of the tiles I can place. I have to have, like, not dug up tiles. Maybe it could do something like if I found a mud tile. Well, no, because I can't put down a mud tile. There might be some clever ways to, like, liquefy something and let it harden again to get more plantable tiles. It's fine. Are my alerts broken? Let me go ahead and give my my firebot a kick real fast. Because that's a couple alerts now that have not worked. So thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and bring firebot back up and see what your deal is. Oh, I bet you I know what's happening with Firebot. I ran into this before. I'll deal with it after stream. The sound effects where I move them over, I remember if I put them on a queue so that you couldn't have, like, overlapping stuff, sometimes it gets stuck and then whatever was on that same queue would never run. And I have it on the alerts queue. That way it wouldn't be, like, a bunch of overlapping sounds. So that's what's going on with that, unfortunately. Because for those that didn't see, you'll probably look at the redeems and not see the sound effects there anymore. A lot of them are gone. I am moving them over to commands and stuff like that, so I can get rid of blurp. Just to have one less point of failure to deal with. Alright, I'd really like you to get this sieve going, man. Okay. So it's errand number 2 to do. Errand number 1 to do. Are you going to finally build it? Errand number 3. It just keeps finding its way down the priority more and more. How much longer? Okay, so you're only idle a little bit longer. This is starting to properly fill up with oil. So I'm gonna have to find a use of this. Like, we've got petroleum here, and I could ship petroleum somewhere. Petroleum would be a better coolant than oil itself, which is what I'm using at the other place. Because when I looked at the stats on petroleum... Here, we can go and find it there. Here, if we go look at this up here. We go to petroleum liquid. And go down to negative 70 degrees and up to 1,000. So it's definitely going to be a good choice for something over the oil I've been using. The problem is I already have oil going in the other system. Okay. I would like one that's like construction or something like that going on. That'd be awesome. Like the ones that like are hybrid, if it's like construction, excavation, and all, that's fine. We can go for one that's, you know, a scientist would be fine. Okay. So cool. Our water siev's online. We're now turning our polluted water into clean water. Love to see it. I could actually enclose the system, so that way the gross water doesn't become a problem. So let's deconstruct that block. Do that. I'll put an airlock here to help contain that. There's still a bunch of stuff to be hauled down here. We can go like this. I don't have a place for the brine, so honestly, I'm just gonna put it over here and just let it drop into the hole and freeze down there. Yeah, we can have that as like the brine drop-off point for any time we get brine we don't want. Okay, so that should work pretty well. Oh, I just realized you're producing oxygen here, and I have a door that locks closed. I didn't think that through. That's fine. Just open the door and we'll live with that. The downside is there's a lot of heat being made here. Oh, that's also going to suck because the carbon dioxide is going to be trapped down here. Okay, well, we're going to have to add another thing on here, which is a carbon skimmer. That was not the swiftest move. I believe that's for polluted stuff, so you can go up here. Like that. That's fine. That one at least doesn't get rid of water, it just converts it. But we are going to have a cooling solution for this room. It will become a problem. As much as I'd love to pipe it through down here, I don't think we're piping it through down here. Yeah, so we're getting the bleach stone over there and out of here. That'll help. Okay, so we've got all that storage up here. I need to have more storage somewhere. What we could do is just go like that. Alright, so I want them to build these tiles so it can't pop over. Okay, now that's fine. Alright, we can go ahead and put you back in bed. How goes the refilling of our natural gas tanks? It's going alright. I'd really like this to turn back on so the carbon dioxide is solved. Alright. So that I should be able to soon put a tile there. It'll push that salt water up and we'll get that going. I really need a second person here already. Poor Nicola cannot keep up. Okay. You know, honestly, I don't need this. I'm going to uproot it. The pips here are doing a really good job of keeping all that going. I could move the sign over here. So put the sign here. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct this. Make a pneumatic door. And just mine that sideways and just see what they managed to plant. So lock that open. We'll see what they can manage to plant out here. They'll just keep trying to open up more and more area that they can shove plants in the ground. Like, actually, get you all the way across there. Alright, we'll need that scrubber if anything's gonna work. Okay. Alright, little buddies, do me proud. Plant some plants. I'm hoping for oxygen fern or whatever. Oxyfern. That kind of stuff. Make this, like, kind of just a weird way of having a, a weird way of having oxygen generation. But one thing that would help, we can control what they even put in here. Do you still have the seeds all in here? So do not accept oxyfern. Copy, cut across. Alright, so then the plan is, and the reason I was doing this... Okay, give me something good. Construction, husbandry, and agriculture, you... Oh, you're anemic. Fine. Not a fan of it, but fine. They'll probably die at some point, but I could live with that for now. Alright, so farming. That is now your priority. You are a farmer. Welcome to farming. Have a nice time farming. And let's go to your schedule and make sure you two are not in the same schedule. Otherwise, you have conflicts at the bathroom. Alright, so... Okay, you're not. Alright, so priorities. Alright, so you got that. They can overlap in theirs. Cool, and you have digging as your high one? So I'll deprioritize that on you as well. Okay. Now back to what I was going to do is to go to storage bins. Let's make sure consumable bleach stone isn't here. Alright. So you should be coming alive soon. This is getting farther along in its setup. We've got the two here, so I definitely need to get my oxygen production in better place. You need to be built. Yeah, we can get more of these oxygen ferns and keep putting them down here. That'll work out great. I can go here and say copy settings. I said go up here. Alright. And you can put that down there and get one more storage down there. Okay, so we got the two bedrooms, we got all that. They're on different sleep schedules and all that, so they shouldn't conflict with the bathroom. I don't really know why. I should have igneous rock, right? I can't possibly be out of that, right? Yeah, 107 tons. That's fine. Okay. I do need this to be built. There's just a lot of construction that's not getting done. Okay, so I did get this. So liquids. Put salt water down here, put brine down here. Okay. Okay, so we've got the saltwater geyser here. We'll want to put that to use. And we got the polluted one. I'll need to get that researched. But I still need more people. I don't think the mealwood is going to be enough to cover all that. But I really haven't seen another type of seed that's going to work out great. There's the underwater seeds, the lettuce. But I don't recall ever having good luck with the lettuce. I don't really care about these things up here. I'd like that oxyfern. I've been tempted just to carve in there. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna carve in there. I'm gonna take that oxyfern. I don't care about any of that. There's no oxyfern here. There's one down there that'd be nice to grab. I'm not sure I want to go out. Oh wait, I got robots. I was like, I'm not sure I want my dupes to run out there to grab it, but I was like, oh, I have robots. That'll take care of that. Okay. Yeah, so I think it's because they prioritize tiding so much that as long as there's more to clean up, they're just not getting construction done. But oxygen's not horrific. The downside is we're getting way too much carbon dioxide. The good news is these eat carbon dioxide, just not at a type of meaningful rate. Alright, I'm gonna set that to that priority so you actually build the stupid thing. This carbon dioxide is gonna kill us. You doing mass oxyfern? Yeah, if it's naturally planted, the mass oxyfern can help. If it is you planted it, then you end up having to feed it lots of water and fertilizer. Yeah, lots of water and, sorry, dirt, which can be real rough. Look, if you're starving with 100,000 calories, that's a you problem. Yeah, anytime you're gonna mess with something, a good thing to do is to click on it, and it'll sit there and say, here's the air temperature I need, here's the air pressure I need, here's the atmosphere I need. But if you scroll down here, it'll usually, where actually is it? Yeah, so it says, I need 10 kilograms of dirt every cycle to do this. And that lets you know what materials it requires. So that is the whole juggle, is going, okay, this requires that, how do I deal with that? Okay, this requires that. And always, like, each thing will almost always create a new problem for you to deal with. Until you start figuring out ways of putting together, like, a nice, stable loop. Yep. Yep, you'll want the pips to plant. That's actually what I'm trying to do here, is I've trapped the pips in this little room down here, and I put a box in here with the seeds, and I'm just like, hey, man, I'm gonna keep giving you those seeds. You just keep on putting them in there, buddies. You got this. Can you ranch pips? Yeah, you can wrangle them. I wonder if you could literally have pips plant enough stuff to have like just a natural farm that you don't actually do any of yourself? You can, yeah. It seemed like you'd be able to. Just takes a lot of space. I mean, I figured as much. Let's grab that seed. On my colony, I'm running out of water. I don't know where it's all going. I reused all the polluted water and I'm still running out. Yeah, you're gonna have something that's consuming water. It could be like research consumes water. Certain plants you grow them consume water. They have certain limits on how much they can plant in an area, but otherwise, yeah. Gotcha. There's a lot of your plants consume water. If you're using the electrolyzers, those consume a decent amount of water. If you do the carbon scrubber, that consumes water. There's lots of things that consume water. So it's probably you're just overlooking something that is eating your water, and either A, you have to find a source for more water, or you need to reduce your consumption of water. Oh, I'm sorry. You're correct. It just turns it polluted. My bad. That's on me. Yeah, my apologies. No, that's okay. Probably your farm, didn't think of it? Yeah. Yeah, so like in this one, these plants I have down here consume lots of fresh water. And then on my other farm over here, these plants up here consume lots of polluted water. So my farms are one of my big consumers of that. Now granted, I have a lot of sources of water in my colony, so I'm not super worried about it. Drinking water. So I've got a polluted I got polluted water geyser up here. I've got a salt water geyser up there. I've got steam geyser down here. I'm not using that polluted water geyser, but I will. Why was that yelling? Someone actually, like, dying from it? Can the bots use that? Probably not. This one, I don't have, like, I have, this is going to be my, and what you're cooling. So, my cooling for this colony is those same geysers up here. That's a really cold geyser, comes at 14 degrees. That comes out 14 degrees. So those are my two primary cooling things for the main building. And then I have this whole setup for dealing with my volcanoes down here. So when the volcano turns on, it gives me steam power, which powers the system way up here. That then this kicks on, it uses all the steam, cools the water in the line, or cools the oil on the line. And it does all that. We're working on that. Okay, so this is all enclosed. Once I get the power and all that run through here, then we can start worrying about trying to make this into a vacuum. Honestly, I can make this whole space into a vacuum. I didn't notice that this is, deconstruct that ladder. Oh, wait a second. Alright, one moment. I just realized I made a mistake. There. Okay. But, that I can put another airlock at. I put our airlock here. I can pull all the air out of this. Vacuum for what? Oh, so that I can make this into another set of steam engines. If I have other gases that aren't steam, they can get in the way. So, like, this is just steam in there. There's no oxygen, there's nothing else. So you see I have this, I sacrificed it, but I had this gas pump. I pumped everything out of here that wasn't steam. Well, I just, I basically made a vacuum and I pumped some water into it, and then when this erupts, it evaporates the water, kicks on the steam engines, rinse, repeat. And so that turns on this, which cools off the oil I've got in the line there. Yeah, so we finally run out of natural gas again. And then I'm making terrible decisions down here that I'll need a vacuum for. First, I need to get the water out of this. Because if I open that up and it's not a vacuum, the heat is just going to spill out and start killing everything. Oh, you're dropping off the bleach stone. How to keep your aqua tuners from overheating? Okay, here, I can show you real fast. Why are you suffocating? Don't do that. We go to our aqua tuners over here. So, if you look at this, what I end up having is the aqua tuners go, and they're made out of steel. So if I look at the steel, the melting point is 4,400 degrees. And then the overheating temperature is 617. So when it starts to boil the water at about 270, like 270 degrees or so, these steam engines start kicking on. And the steam engines have a massive cooling effect to the, the steam, because it goes through it, makes it condense in the water, it drops back in here. And so you have a rotation that's cooling that. And then separately, I have to cool the steam things, and I have these coils that I'm running really, well, it will get cold oil. That's what the aqua tuners are cooling. In hindsight, I shouldn't have used oil, but I'm not an expert to the game. So I was like, that gets pretty cold that it can handle. It can go down to like almost minus 30 degrees. That's fine. And then I realized petroleum actually has a much bigger range I can use, and I had petroleum available. I just didn't think to check the other area, but it's fine. The problem is right now they're not running steadily, not until this volcano erupts again. I'm trying to get the next volcano online, because once I do that, that'll be even more, like, that'll be 2 more steam engines to put on there to keep the aqua tuners going solid. Because once I do that, I'll be able to get the temperatures down to consistently about minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit, pumping around this whole place. At the moment, because my natural gas geyser is dormant, it's stressing all my people out because they're busy just trying to keep the power running. Can you link yours? So I have links disabled. I also am not sure. Like, I assume you'd be take a screenshot kind of thing. All right. So first of all, we're gonna go ahead and put a restriction here. Yeah. So this is a one-way door for all of you now. I need to stop carrying the salt water over there, getting halfway and going, I don't have enough air. You're just wasting time. Yeah, and I have links disabled just because, unfortunately, bots pop in here and put all sorts of awful stuff, and it's about the only, like, I put in a bunch, like, when I see them and they're like, buy follows at whatever, want to be famous, whatever the thing is, I'll try and grab as much of the message as I can to try and set up the auto mod to get rid of them. But, I also disable links, because some links they put out are worse than others. We also have people who pop in once in a while that I used to, like, when I first started streaming, I had links disabled. And I was like, no, you know what? I haven't had any problems with anyone trying to put any links up that are a problem. I'll turn them on. And it didn't take 24 hours before I had someone pop in the chat. I was like, this is a song that upsets the woke people. And I was like, well, turning those off again immediately. Like, I don't care what, people's political opinions or all that. But if you jump into the channel with the deliberate intention specifically of pissing people off, you're not going to be here very long. Regardless of even if I agree with you. Because I've had to do that too. Alright. I wonder if I can restrict... So You and you have only one direction. Because I'm wondering if I do that, if the robots will be able to go through and haul stuff for me. But my dupes won't go out there. It says the only acceptable political opinion in this chat is Rual should play Fight Crap. I did already. It was a whole thing. You kept bringing it up, and so I did. We finished it. We beat the game. Played it some more. What's the problem? I played it all. It's done. Very good. So I'm trying to fix my aqua tuner because it broke from overheating. It's submerged in oil, and the steam turbine above it. But when you open the wall, the steam kills everyone. Yeah, so the first thing would be just let everything cool down. It'll take forever. Like, if you have to introduce, like, some cold liquid or whatever to it. But, the big thing with the aqua tuners is, one, you want to make them out of steel, first of all. Like, if you just make them out of, like, iron or whatever, they are just going to overheat. So you can make them out of steel is one thing. That'll massively increase the temperature allowed. Yours are gold? Gold might be able to do it. As far as submerging them in oil, so submerging them is one thing, but what are you doing to cool the substance they're in, kind of thing? Because, like, if the oil just gets really hot, it just kind of traps that hot on it. You have to have some outside thing cooling them off. In my case, I'm using steam to cool mine off. Well, the steam's not cooling off, it's the steam turbines that are cooling them off, because it's turning the water into steam, and then the steam gets put in the turbine, it cools off the steam, you bring it back into the system, rinse and repeat. The steam turbine water drips back into the oil. Yeah, I haven't messed with the oil, so I don't really know. Okay, as much as I want the construction person, a free oxyfern right here, yeah, let's go ahead and take it. I'm down just have you keep giving me oxyfern. What I'll probably do is I'll make this area open a little bit more, and then have, like, ventilation in there. Honestly, okay. The roof of this should be ventilation. So the carbon dioxide can go down, the oxygen can, you know, come back up. Yeah, for the record, I'm not an expert. There's people who put in lots and lots and lots of time into this game in the chat who could probably give you all sorts of very specific hints on how to set it up. Okay. Yeah, so this is a problem with me putting this down here, because it's like, I want to keep the heat under control, but the problem with that is it's just getting all stuck there. Oh, you got a rocket? I do have a rocket. Oh, I'm not saying I'm not going to help you, for the record. I'll absolutely help. But I'm just saying, like, with where you're saying, like, I put in oil, it's like, I have no idea if that's a good or a bad idea. I don't think it's necessary in any way. Because I think it'll just hold the heat that you bring them right there. Versus having the water, you know, turn into steam and then, you know, condensate. Like, that'll get rid of a lot of heat. So I imagine having the oil there's actually hurting you more than helping you, but I don't know that for a fact, because I've not tried it. I've not had a reason to try it. I feel like I don't need all these arbor trees down here. Oh, here. Sweep that. You're following Skystorm Best Mid-Game Cooling System, Oxygen Not Included on YouTube? I have no idea what any of that is. I'm sure someone here could be like, that is a good setup, or it's like, well, that was a good setup, but then there was an update, or whatever the circumstances are for it. Because I genuinely just don't know. Yeah, I keep saying this and I need to do it. I still definitely feel like for this setup, I need to make my steam denser. It doesn't feel like it's dense enough, and I think that's hurting me. That said, did I still have this piped in where I can feed more water in the system? I do. So I can connect here. And connect there. Turn you back on for a little while. And actually, let's look at the water route. In that case, don't even turn that on. Leave that off. Oh, that's probably more water than I want. Hang on. How much is actually spilled in here? Yeah, let's just pop over here. Just a little bit more in there. And then cut it. No, I didn't want to cut that. Cut this. Cut this. That's bad. Don't cut that. Insulated pipe. Do that. Okay. That should be better. Oh, if I cut it up here. Ooh, 980 kilograms. That is a lot of pressure. Maybe it's fine, but to me that sounds like panic levels of pressure. Why are you starving? There's plenty of food. Like, maybe that's fine, but to me I see that number and I would be like, oh goodness. Is it really fine to have that much pressure? I've been terrified to have that kind of pressure. My one over there has like 60 something. Why are your toilets not working? Alright, so I need to bring fresh water into the system. Not surprising, it's been overdue. Alright, so pop down here, go to your water connections, go over here. You connect this pipe. You start exporting water again. Yes, that's gonna have to be turned on. Okay, so you can go ahead and stop that. Because we're upping the pressure in there, but I'm scared to turn it up too much. So we'll disconnect there. Let that all pile out. So I think that'll probably get us to 30, maybe 40 kilograms. Let's see how that pressure does. Because my thought was having much higher pressure. Your steam room is 60 kilograms pressure? Yes. The thing I don't know about like that is I would assume having a lot more pressure would be good. Because if you have a lot more pressure, you know, that would be holding all that extra. So we'll deal with that in a minute. How are we doing in these other places? Are you getting any water in yet? You are getting water into your system, so that should fix your toilets and all that here in a minute. We'll see how bad it is, because that's really hot water I'm bringing through. You're doing your thing. Keep doing your thing. Okay, actually legitimately just needed more pressure. This whole time I just need more pressure. These are all going full tilt, and it's fine. Okay, so the whole time I've just needed more pressure. You have 60 kilograms of food in here. Stop complaining. You've got a fridge that is basically full. We ditched the cooking ingredients, I guess. But you're flat out full on food. Alright, something's entombed here. Oh, it's the oxalate. I don't know how Pips got out here, but I feel like it's not a good place for Pips to be. Okay, now let's keep bringing its temperature down over time. Alright, once I feel like the water situation is more stabilized, I'm going to increase the pressure in there even more. I just need to be careful that I don't accidentally bump the pressure up to, like, you know, way too high. Scalding. Please don't kill yourself trying to run that. How are you doing in natural gas? I need to find a use for all this oil. I mean, the use is to get it someplace else and use it. I guess I can set this one to be high priority. Or higher priority. What? Why do you keep saying, you know, like, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. It's like, it's right there. It's just right there, just go get it. It's... Yeah, there you go. Alright, choose blueprint. Okay. So, I don't need a person who could do this. I really don't need this one. I have... No. I'll wait. I'll wait till we get a really good pawn, or dupe to do that. Alright, so they got the oxyfern seeds. I don't know what the limitations are, but I'm going to go ahead and uproot those trees. And I'm going to just keep doing that until they plant more oxyfern. When I don't have any more oxyfern seeds, then I'll be like, okay, let's try and get some more arbor trees or whatever the heck else they want to try and plant. Why would you plant that there? Yep. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I don't think the oxyfern is going to do its job in a vacuum. I see a problem I've got here. Okay, so what we're going to want to do here is to try and prioritize it going back into this system. I can't even do it there. That's fine. We'll put this over here. We'll do that. We'll put this over there. That way it'll prioritize that way. Yeah, it'll just prioritize that way. That's fine. Oh, you can't climb up there. That's why this other stuff hasn't been getting done. When I mined this tunnel out, I didn't give you a way to get back up. That's fine. Oh good, they actually got oxalate in here. So it should just off-gas oxygen. That's fine. Alright, how long do you have until we're gonna get ourselves some natural gas production? Oh god, that's forever. I shouldn't have looked. There was nothing but disappointment to be had over there. Oh, this has been putting air in there. 1 second. Okay. Okay. There wasn't much air. Okay, there's not much water going in that system. Alright. For a moment I panicked. It's like, wait a second. I've been doing all this stuff and I've been pumping water in here. It's okay. Alright. I really don't know how much water I want to pump into this. I mean, I have a problem where this is going to be underwater in the oil pretty soon. Wait, what do you power? What do you power that you're running on that? Oh, yeah, I guess you do have to run on that one. That's fine. I'm gonna need to disable that. I don't want to, but I'm not using the oil in any meaningful capacity, and this is just filling up. That's probably what I need to do. Okay, we're having a change happen here pretty soon. So step one of this is I got to figure out how to get this oil someplace else. We're going to change this. First of all, snip that pipe. We start putting the petroleum up there instead of oil. We're going to start switching over the other side to petroleum instead of oil. Which means we got to go over here. And so if we look at this, I have this oil line that we've been using this whole time. That's going to go away. And honestly, I have no idea where I'm putting it. I can dump it down here, in with all the rest of this garbage. I mean, it's already got oil in it. What's a little bit more oil in our oil? So we'll basically flush the line. We'll get petroleum in there, and I'm going to start using petroleum power on this side, because that's going to save us a lot of headaches. The downside is it means now I got to figure out how to get... Alright. So the other thing we're going to do is we're going to go over here. We're going down into this corridor. These aren't getting algae anymore ever. So disconnect them. Why are you starving? There's so much food. You cancel that, so I don't want you going over there. Cancel that, cancel this, cancel that. You're good. You don't need it. Cool. Alright. So, anytime it comes out of this, it goes in the pipe, prioritizes this route, which goes to the oxygen production and the skimmer. The problem is it's only stuff coming out of here. There's not a whole lot of backlog. Oh, but the good news is... Oh, I see. So it is doing, like, a rotation now. Yeah, that'll work. Because it feeds into this, which feeds out to this, it feeds into this, it feeds into that. Alright, that should... So we have a loop there. So it should slowly keep the skimming going on. Alright, so I think that's stable now. Your air is totally fine. Stop whining. Okay, so the reason I'm doing this is I want to put a spot here for requiring the atmosphere suits. So stations. So first I need to get the atmosphere suits over here. It's the first thing you do before I build that and say you're required to have them. And we got to like pick them up and export them back and pick them up and export them back kind of thing. It's gonna be a big hassle. What you're gonna do here is first go ahead and make 6 more. Meanwhile, that's your output. Here's your input. You can reach it. Meanwhile, I need to do this. Clothing, atmosphere suit. Did I have a power cable to it at some point? How are you... Oh, we didn't hook this side up. That's right, the other side was hooked up. That we were, You know what, honestly. This will be a way to enforce sending... Well, no. I don't want to make him pedal it. I mean, I can wire into this cable up here. I don't really want to add a bunch more load to that if I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to do this, like, the budget way. That when we get enough, like, when I get the amount of suits I want in there, I'll prioritize that wheel. And then they can just run it for a minute and all that. That's fine. Yeah, so that's... We're starting to run out of dirt. And it's concerning. And I have pips, but I don't have much for them to eat over here. It's like, this is just consuming dirt. What do you require? Do you require dirt? You require just water. So it might honestly be time to switch this over to using water as well. Because it's already hooked up to the pipes and everything. Literally just got to plug some lights in up here and here. Then change these from the types of blocks they are to the hydroponic. I probably should have done this ages ago. But that should reduce my reliance on dirt. I should have switched it over a long time ago. Alright. I don't want to hear about your starvation while there's food all around you. Stop it. Hey, another oxyfern is down. We'll make this wall into also being, airflow tiles. Why are your toilets not running? Why are your toilets not running? Okay. Let's check to see if they ever put the... Nope. Oh, allow manual. I don't worry about that until they build this. Like, they're not getting much done because they're busy running in the wheels while the natural gas is down. Is that still putting water in there? Okay. Wifey. Okay. Other two. Hey, chat, give me 1 minute, I'll be right back. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this. Okay, and the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna declare a variable. And we're gonna declare that variable of a type integer. And we're gonna set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Okay, and I am man. All right. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to quickly wish my wife a good night and all that. All right. And I did hear you got to hear the clip where I remember who it was. Just what people stressed, and normally I keep my warheads and RimWorld separate, and forgot to do that in that one. It was like anti-grain warhead. Gonna go punch that immediately. Killed like 2 or 3 colonists, blew up the entire supply room. Alright. So we jumped this up from like 10, or it's like 8 kilograms to like 41 kilograms. So in theory, I would assume this would be much better. Because like if you get that to 400 degrees, it'll take longer. At least the game takes it easy on you. Yeah, for like 5 minutes. And it's like, okay, I gave you your timeout. Now die. Alright. Well, that's interesting that we dumped all the oil down. I went to just 1 dot. Okay. So, the next move here is now that I've done this and we've got our oil removed from that system, is to deconstruct that and get it out of here. Oh man. I'm getting so tired of screaming about starvation when they've got a full fridge of food. Okay. So this time they did get the oxalate into storage, and suddenly there's lots of good air up here. I almost feel like it would be worth my while to just make a flat plate across the top so that when it shows up, I could just, you know, choose to delete it all across there, and it would just go really smooth. Versus like the whole up and down nonsense. I might ultimately do that. I would like you to sweep that 1 seed before those get an idea. Yeah, it's mine. You can't have it, Pips. You can have it, Pips. I just didn't want those stinky other Pips to have it. These Pips are way less stinky. Alright. They're still crying about irrigation. Surprisingly, we don't have a lot of problems over here. Stinky Pips, nothing for you. I know, right? Go take a bath, Pips. I look forward to them planting the oxifern and helping us out more. Okay, now that I've got that opened up, I'm gonna go ahead and carve that open. Because I want to open this up more so that they can hopefully get some more air passage through here. Okay. I keep feeling like I should be hooking up that dream journal, and I keep not doing it. Because it seems like it'd be probably a very powerful thing, and then I just don't. I'm still just waiting for them to get this power online. Like it says any time this geyser goes dormant is when we just have absolute pain. Cool. So with that, I should be able to start bringing petroleum over. And it might honestly, like, when this volcano goes dormant, I might actually take the oil and I might bleed the oil off the line and put petroleum in the line. Because that'll also open up a whole bunch of opportunities for us. Alright. So, in the meantime, let's pop over here. So the next move is going to be, I want to be very careful that I don't take... I want to make sure I leave the petroleum, enough petroleum in the line to make sure this keeps running and all that kind of stuff. Because if I ever accidentally kill this circle, I just don't want to kill the circle. Let's just leave it at that. That'd be bad. That said, I need to get this up here. Which shouldn't be too hard. Because it should be able to, like, literally just go like this. Alright, so how do I want to approach this to make sure you get dibs? I already know how we do it. I do this, I do that. And I'm going to cut that. It'll backfeed for a minute, but that's fine. It's going to take a while to go through there. I also have hydrogen in here that we can use for a little bit. Okay. Could you use a valve and automation to tell it to close and storage is half full? That is actually not a bad idea. It's just actually thinking that off the top of my head is like, okay, there's got to be a better way to do this. That's not a bad idea. So I can go here. Let's see. Where am I looking? Plumbing. Shut off valve. Do that. Cut between you. And you believe you need a tiny bit of power, which is already running through you. No, it's not. It is one tile off. That's fine. So heavy wire there. And I can go to you. And so I believe this tank will empty first. So we can go ahead and set up automation. Huh. Alright, that's fine. We can just go like this. And set you up there. And set you up here. Cut there, cut there. Cut there, cut there. And bring it across. Probably need a knot, don't I? I could also have it like literally. I shouldn't actually need a knot. Let's if we go to the automation. So it should happen is when it's at the high threshold. So wait. It sends a red signal when it's high. Nah, I do want a knot. That's fine. Just go automation. Knot. Okay. So that way what says, okay, when you're full, turn green, and then turn back off when you empty this container. I believe the second one, if it does end up being the other way, we could just set a low threshold and it'll be fine. Oh, come on. Okay, so it'll be this one that empties first. On the right. So if that's the case, what we're going to do is we're going to set the low threshold to 50. So basically, when this tank maxes out, you know, open her up until it hits 50. I might still have to wire it over the other way. We can worry about that when we get there. I mostly just don't want to go empty. As long as there's a little bit on reserve, that should kick in. Now granted, this is going to keep turning off because of heat. Oh good, we finally got the carbon dioxide going, and that's going to fix a couple of problems. You still got water going through your system, so you're good there. How's your water doing? Ooh, all of your water's tapped, so I think we're going to go over here real fast to where we've been dumping the water across. We're going to cut that and let the water play some catch up. Is water getting too cold again? It is. Why is the water getting too cold again? Put some hot water into the system. We will... Was it furniture with the lights? Yeah. Okay, so now I should be able to go here and say, alright, I would like you to take all of that out. Of course it won't let me. And I don't want to just click and drag the deconstruct over, because it will also take out the pipes. Actually, wait a second. Buildings, I guess? Okay, never mind. That's not that bad. So, food. Let's try and get this up and going as fast as we can. Choose a blueprint. I don't care about that. Get out of here. Alright. I would like you to keep doing the things you were doing over here, please. Because we're at a point I just don't have the dirt. Alright, so we can give him a minute to fix that up. What's your deal? You need more polluted water, per the always. I should also go over here, honestly. Make all those tiles breathe. And the reason I want to do that is that way when this is spewing out, you know, the pulled carbon dioxide who starts spilling over there. What are you set to? Change you to 1000. Okay, and meanwhile... that should help us get more and more carbon dioxide out here. Which should help all of that. I need better cooling in this area is one thing I need. Honestly, I could probably disable... let's disable the plastic production for a while. I've got tons of plastic laying around. And it's just not needed at the moment. I'd rather we have our heat generation making petroleum since I'm going to have more need for that in the short term. Right, how are we going down here? You're making good progress. Alright, you got most of the connection done. I still need to get that bridge. I don't know why you're hesitating on that for a while. Let's click on one of these bridges. Errands. It's just not on the list. Right away. Alright, you've got most of the water pushed over. You've got this going. Oh, this is going pretty well. Okay, I've got most of this built. So, I think what my plan is going to be for up here is liquefiable ice, crushed ice, or snow. And then put some of that in there. Oh, do I not have a power cable hooked up to you? Hang on. I do not. Okay, because what we want to happen is I want to go ahead and try... I should have made this bottom tile the one... We can actually correct this still. It's not that big a deal. Make the bottom tile the one that's there. Because then the idea is, I put stuff like ice and all that in here, I let it melt. And then, you know, it melts and does that. Wait, it said I put ice in there, and there's no ice in there. Oh, stop there. Okay, no more. Alright, hang on. I was not expecting you to plunk down. Yes. 300 kilograms is a little bit more than I wanted you to shove in that all at once, if you don't mind. I think that's fine, as long as we don't add more. We'll see when it melts. Which is soon, because it's like right on the fence. Okay, so they're still like chain tidying up. That's fine. The oxygen seems to be doing real well. Again, our oxifern's still to plant. Okay, so one thing we could do is that'll be another place we'll insulate. But wait till they finish that before we worry about any others. I still wonder... So these ones are not building because you can't reach them. That one, I don't know why you can't reach that. But I guess because you can just climb there, jump over. It might be the oxygen, that they just don't have enough air. Alright, so let's pop over here. Okay, that's fine. They'll get there. Or are you out of material? You are out of copper. And you're out of gold? You can't be out of everything. Alright, resources. You are out of copper. And you're out of gold. Okay, that's deeply concerning. When the heck did that happen? Well... Could you try not being out of those things, maybe? Well, that's kind of annoying. Did I accidentally disconnect where they can reach the supply? No, they should still be able to reach all the supplies. That's fine. So, I don't think they're going to be finding much more of those things, considering I've pretty heavily mined out literally everything. Which is not something I was prepared to just run out of both copper of all things. Do I still have... No, because I didn't see copper ore, did I? Okay, so we do have... Oh, never mind, it says I do have it. What? And now it says I have 33 tons. Well, I'll just take that as a bug. I panicked there for a moment. I was like, you can't get any of this. I'm like, but I literally mined out the whole place. There's got to be some left. It can't all be gone. Oh yeah, I was gonna do this, wasn't I? Because then I should be able to put, like, the thing vacuuming air in here. And it should just work its way through vacuuming out most of this. Like, this room will probably still have some, but if I can get most of it out here, we'll be good. I should probably do that now with the doors we do have. Probably same deal as last time. We will put this made out of steel up here, knowing full well it is absolutely going to melt. So I don't want it to go over there. Because I'll just dump it back into a space I want to get it out of. That'll be fine. I just want to be far enough away from here that it's not just dumping right back into the same place. Like, you'll still get back there, just it'll take longer. Okay, meanwhile, let's actually check. Are you dormant yet? You should be going dormant soon, right? Next dormancy in 6 cycles. Okay, so when that goes dormant, we're going to drain the oil pipe entirely. Just dump all the oil just down here, it doesn't matter. We're going to start filling it up with petroleum. Okay. Oh. That'll be fun. What do you need to actually grow again? You need an atmosphere of... Hang on. Getting caught by the save. You need... So you need polluted water, dirt. You don't really care about your air. So, what I actually want to do, though, is if I can get my pips out here, I've mined out this whole thing. This is a mistake about mining the whole thing out. I was going to be like, if I can get my pips to bury it somewhere, right. There's no somewhere for that to happen. Why did you turn off? Oh, it's getting way too cold in here. Okay. How is it getting way too cold with me pumping 130-something degree water into the system? It'll figure itself out. The whole place is really cold, but it should heat up pretty fast. Okay. Okay, and all these suits are fine? I don't have people down there with suits. So something has happened that I do not have suits in these spots. And judging by the suits laying over here, I think I can guess. Did you get that finished up there, by the way? You did. So I want to see when this thaws, which it should, what it will go up to. We need to get the conductive wire set up. Get those set up as well. We'll also need to disable that building for now. Actually, we don't need to disable it this way. Put in the automation line. Because then I can just turn it off with the automation line. I can give it like an impossibly cold temperature to go. Yeah, if you're below 225 degrees, don't run. Or wait. Yeah. So that'll basically turn that off once it's connected up. Alright, so how do we got things going on here? Your oxygen is stable, your food is fine. The oxyfern is unhappy because of the atmosphere, which is no surprise. We still have another one to plant over here, so I'm waiting to do more with that. Oh, you can put that up there. Excellent. Good. So slowly but surely, we're making brine ice down here. Actually, don't have a whole lot of stuff in here. Oh, that is considered a cooking ingredient, isn't it? No. It's fine. I guess one thing we should do is food, grill, power. Have them start cooking that to get more mileage and more happiness out of it. I don't know why you're bothering. This thing is basically nothing but food poisoning. Alright. It is producing hydrogen, which I am going to have to deal with at some capacity. Because right now I'm not... What I'll probably do is put like a little air thing here. To pull it in and set up a hydrogen generator somewhere. Probably down here, honestly. Okay. I'm glad the little robots are still just going along doing their little robot thing. So as a test, in theory, I drop that block of sand down, then I'll see if they plant there. It could be that this other ground here is not plantable. We'll see. Where'd those robots go? Because I saw them earlier drag over water to that, and then they kind of disappeared. Oh, you took the sand out. I guess that's fair. Where did they go? There's one. You're storing food, but more so you're just kind of popping straight up and down in loop. You had a tough day there, robot? I know that feel. You do you, man. I'll come back to you when you're feeling better. Need to turn them off and on again? Well, technically, they're running on no battery forever. I don't know why. It's just apparently a bug that the game has. But I'm not complaining about my never-ending powered minions. It's kind of nice. More than likely what happens long term is whatever they're stuck on that they're not getting done will sort itself out after a while. So I can't dig another path down here because it's sand. But I could dig one down that farther. The problem is then it creates a... Well, actually, I can make that work. And dig this down here. And that there. Leave the granite up here. So if they can only plant in sand, then that gives them sand. I'm not picky about this. I only just care that they're actually doing stuff. We've got another oxyford seed right here. And then I also have one up here that's no longer doing anything because I'm getting plenty of oxygen. Okay, and this is basically full. How is that still putting water in there? That's full. You shouldn't be able to put water in here. Alright, automation time. I can't automation. I do not have the materials. Please don't overfill. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn that off for a little while. Do that as well. There's tons of chlorine in here still, but we're getting enough oxygen, we're just pushing the chlorine line down. So I'm fine with it. Okay. So I've got a solar panel hooked up, we got this hooked up. I've got 300 kilograms of water in here. Oh, before I forget, I've got a mistake in this design. There we go. Okay, so don't want to go any farther right because I'll block this solar panel. Okay. That's still managing to run solid. The natural gas is long since depleted. No surprise. It does come back soon, though, which is a surprise. It feels like once it turns off, I never get to see it again. Radiation. You were down here, weren't you? Alright, so new thing. Get inside. New rules. No and no. You can't go outside anymore. You're cut off. So how bad is your radiation? You've absorbed 21 rads, 22 rads. And they're going up still. Okay, so when you go out here, you're getting radiation. That's because you're near this thing. I need you not near that thing for a while. Alright, buddies? Change that door to be automatic. And let's go over here and let's enclose this with airflow. That way it could restrict you from going into the radiation murder hole. Okay. So, same deal? No. I know you want all those things, but right now, no. Okay, so uproot that. Because it looks like sand is the winner. We got a big pocket of sand. I could have them put a bunch more oxyfern in. Okay. How did you get down there? Oh, you crossed through here because it's not built yet. That's fair. Okay, robot. Look, man. You gotta figure your stuff out. Okay, buddy? You're trying your absolute best, and I appreciate it. But, let's be real. Your absolute best is pretty awful. Okay. Can I, like, disassemble these stairs to make this stop? Let's try and see if we can't reset you by removing the thing that is causing you a great deal of difficulty. Alright, you know what? Right now you can go back and forth. I mean, you're getting the rads, which is a problem. But, like, at least they're not climbing out into it. If they get high, I'll re-restrict them. You don't want them going outside at all, like outside. That's fine. You don't need it. I can't tell if there's both the robots are there or just the one. And if not both, where did the other one get lost at? Because I saw it put... Oh, there you are. You just, Alright, I guess the robots are, they're not shut down. But they're definitely not okay. I guess with refinement... Where's the pile? Go and get that going. They saw polluted dirt show up. So let's get that sorted. I just want it to stop so it stops making that clicking noise. Let's disassemble that ladder real fast. Here, I'm gonna make a yellow alert. There, we freed the robot of its torment. Or not. I need to rebuild that real fast so we can at least access the rest of this place. Is it free, though? It's free by my dupes definition. Stupid robot. Okay. Because the other thing is like, okay, if I start taking the time to actually have you put this all, like, store the stuff that it was going after, so, you know, it wouldn't be running around to do things anymore. Like, you know, it'd reset to whatever it needed to do. Nope. So, when it says the robot's battery cannot be recharged, my assumption is, like, I would do something with that. No, it specifically says they cannot be recharged. The idea is it's a chemical battery, not... It says, RIP robot, rover's battery has been depleted and cannot be recharged. So the thing, though, is to just follow cam and all that. I would assume you could destroy it or take it apart or, like, get rid of it. Was trying to supply construction materials and failing. Can I attack my own robot? Hey, buddy, can I attack you? No? So, like, do you just stay forever now? What happens? I need to get rid of you. Okay. Can a new battery be built? No, it says it can't be recharged. My assumption is when it's done, it's done. Air pressure. Why is your air basically gone? What happened in the last minute that your air is basically gone inside the main building? The air is all around you, but inside the main building, it is pretty much gone. My assumption is, yeah, so power came to a stop. Alright, so open the door, let the polluted oxygen in. I don't want to let the polluted oxygen in. But right now, running out of air in the place you sleep, probably not the winning strategy. Are you dormant yet? Oh, hey. Don't run in that. Put a couple of atmosphere suits in there. And then you can run in it, and then we'll shut it down again. I just need you to give atmosphere suits to the other colony. There should be extras laying around. Hey, Northern Quarter, thanks so much for the raid. Let me go and get you a shout out. Looks like you were playing, it doesn't tell me. It's either Forza or Uncharted or Company Heroes 3 or something else. But regardless, there may not be oxygen, but there's definitely Canadian trappers. Playing some Uncharted? Nice. So if that's what you're looking for, you can find it over there. Northern Core is absolutely fantastic content creator and definitely worth checking out. So, there's that. Yeah, right now we're dealing with some shenanigans. The inside of my base has no oxygen, but the outside does. So, you know, that's a thing. That's because my natural gas geyser is dormant, and I am patiently waiting for it to do that whole thing. Are you dormant yet? No, you're not dormant yet. You are dormant, but I'm not ready for you yet. But yeah, I do hope Uncharted went well, and I hope your stream went well. I'm having a good stream. Pretty soon we'll be winding down, though, but for the moment, having a good stream. Alright, so for right now with you, you can connect in there. Actually, cancel building you that. I need you to be made out of better material. So, conductive wire made out of steel. And do that. And you can deconstruct this wire. Alright, it's almost time for me to play shenanigans with that as well. Because we've been making excellent choices by playing with lava down here. Did you actually get those suits in here yet? No. Alright, so we're running into temperature problems because I'm pumping boiling hot water. Not boiling hot. I'm pumping some heckin' hot water through the base because it's getting too cold. And now it's getting too hot. But it'll get better, don't worry. Okay, so you're going alright over here. You got plenty of oxygen. You're in solid shape. If anything, you're actually starting to get kind of high in air pressure. I still am going to have to figure out what I'm doing with that hydrogen. We're going to have to put a an air pump there to pull the hydrogen out of the air for power plant. Where did you take that seed? You should have one more seed in there. Oh, it's just there. You haven't planted it yet. That's fine. You'll get there. But yeah, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. My main game, or not my main game, The game I'm most known for has been Project Zomboid. It used to hold the world record for the highest kill count stream ever run at 135,121 zombies killed on a harder than apocalypse setting game with no mods to change optimization or vehicles. That record has been beaten. We do play a variety of games. As you can see here, we're playing some Oxygen not included, but I played plenty of settlement builders, city builders, tycoons, roguelikes, roguelites, simulation, survival, yada yada yada. Good times. So if any of that sounds good, you know where to find it. Drop a follow and all that kind of good stuff. At the moment, I'm dealing with a bunch of places having their own mini crises. None of them are severely bad, but a whole bunch of them are kind of annoying. So we're just trying to get that sorted. Alright, so you got all that going on. If we go over here, I should have the petroleum would connect up here. I've been waiting for this volcano to go dormant, because it should be going dormant. It says next dormancy in 0 seconds. It says 10 cycles to next are up. That's good enough for me. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is real fast. I'd say plumbing. Put that there. Make it a 9 quality. We're in the precipice. The metaphorical snowball is about to begin rolling downhill. So haul that away. And I believe this system is ready to rock and roll now. I just would have to get whatever I'm using for... that, why would that say green signal if below negative? I guess if the pipe is empty, it's just going to flag it as, oh, it's because the current ambient temperature is negative 459 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's like, yeah, that's totally under there. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is I'm draining all the oil out of our coolant line because I've discovered that petroleum is better than oil for coolant. So we're going to take petroleum instead. So we're just depleting this whole system. I don't care where it goes. It just dump it right down here. It's fine. Oh, good. This is actually empty of liquids. So with that, and deconstruct this thing, and you're going to start pumping all the air out of here. Oh, it's that time again. The time when we get free oxalate. I like the free oxalate. It's my favorite. Oxygen may not be included, but it's easy to come by here. Yeah, when it kind of just rains down from the sky and then smashes into your roof. Are you about done? Yeah, and I've got these two robots that the batteries never died to. Oh, it's gone. It's not there anymore. Where'd the robot go? Oh, it decided it wanted to literally chill. I understand. That's fair. This robot is just struggling. Alright, so I'm going to stop restricting you. You can go out. Try to avoid overdosing yourself with radiation. And, go get yourself some heckin' oxalite. Gotcha. Yeah, well, normally I would have wrapped up by now, but we had a raid right at the end, so I'm gonna go a little bit longer. But, probably not too much longer. Alright, what do you got here? Do you have a good person for me? I mean, don't get me wrong, medicine's amazing. So strength as athletics is good. I want someone who can do science, honestly. So a science person over there to start researching all of those geysers and whatnot to try and get an idea when they're gonna go. Did I put Brian here? Of course I put Brian here. Brian doesn't do anything here. That's fine. I'll sit here and do nothing forever. Alright, meanwhile, let's go back over here. Okay, so you fully drained the system. So let's just disable the liquid vent. Priority 9. And then the moment that's disabled, we hook this up, and the petroleum will flow. And then the idea with this is once I've connected that and filled up our line here, then I can go ahead and start using petroleum generators. Okay, so I've got that. Welcome, petroleum. We have to play a charge on it, so it's cooling off petroleum a great deal. That's a little concerning that that's running with no coolant right now. Luckily, it's just running by itself and not a whole big thing. How low? We'll have to check that in a minute. So liquid petroleum can go to -70, and you cool it off by 25. So that means about there. That'll be close enough. Oh, we're probably not actually starving. Actually, we might be getting close to properly starving. Guessing we're having heat problems there, and I got to deal with that in a minute. Alright, still got gaps in the system. Okay, I'm gonna stop. So we got a bunch over here. And I've got one last gap there. I want to leave one gap in. The rest we can get rid of. Okay, let's cut it. Alright, what's going on with our food here? All of these are shut off because illumination, because it's too hot. We're not pumping in the hot water anymore, but it is in the line going in that room. We do have the hot water coming out this side, but coolish water going in there. Okay, so it's gonna take a minute for that to settle. That's a reoccurring thing that when I leave that pipe on, that happens. I can probably help this a little bit by reconnecting this pipe up here, because it should drain some of that hot water out of the system. Try and get as much of that 130-degree water out of here as we can, as fast as we can. You gone dormant? No, you're about to erupt again. Because water in here is just about freezing. It's been an on-off problem, because like you look at this is 21 degrees here. It's like literally to a point that it's cracked the sieve because the water that came out the other side froze the line. Why aren't you doing anything about that, by the way? I feel like literally all the water going to your base being scalding hot is kind of urgent. Alright, so I also need to go down here and go ventilation, gas pump. Honestly, I should probably put it over here somewhere. Oh, it's like right here. Okay, so good news is they did... Here. They did finish that, so I can go power. Heavy cable across that to get that wired up. Go to the conductive wire that's going through that wall. You have your bridge there, so let's go ahead and do that. That wires into the main system, so that when I get this online, it should be good to go. But it's getting pretty close, honestly. I just really kind of need to make this into a vacuum. We need to sweep the junk out of it. And then we'll be ready to put some water in there and get that going. Meanwhile, let's check out what's going up here. Yeah, we're getting the last of the hot water out of here. Okay, genuinely, I'm making this urgent. I do need you to actually do this. And I can assure you, you're definitely not out of, like, what was this, sandstone? Yeah, sandstone. You're certainly not out of sandstone. Please fix the water sieve. Double checking resources. At 362 tons of sandstone. Figure it out. It's not even showing up an errand here. Okay, well, you know what? I need to be wrapping up anyways. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do a quick look around at the other bases, make sure everything's fine, and we'll probably wrap for the night. And circle back. Oh, I haven't been keeping track what the meteors have done to the surface of this one. This planet is just like slowly getting consumed entirely by regolith. Okay, cool. Come on. You can do it. There you go. Well, there's our scientist. So let's go over here. Time for a new friend. And duplicate skills. So you get researching. Put on your hat, please. You've improved, so farming and farming. Cool. Put on your hat. And you can do whatever you want with your life, but you're not taking anything else because you're barely keeping it together. Alright, so this area seems like it's doing pretty good. They haven't planted the last oxyfern. They might not. I might have to get rid of a tree or something for them to be willing to do that. But I can live with that. I mean, honestly, what I also might be able to do is cut out those 2 bricks and see if they'll plant it there. But yeah, so this area's been going pretty well. We're making progress. The robots are busted. When I restart, they're gonna all die. That's fine. That's what they should be like that anyways. So we've got all that going on. I've got my science person to be able to do analysis once he levels up a little bit more. I can't remember if it's a he or she. Doesn't matter. This one's been going pretty good. The heat's getting a little bit of a problem down here, which is why I turned off plastic production. But petroleum's been going there. Nothing much to see there. This one, we're getting this sorted out with the temperature. It's starting to improve. But, it's gonna take a little work. Because they have a thing on this switch where it turns off if it gets too hot to avoid overheating the plants too much. But because of just how ridiculously hot the water was going through here at 110, 120, that's a problem. The good news is it's cooling off. Yep, that's the last of the hot water there. So when it goes through, that'll be fine. The downside is I'm just pumping into my other base, which would be its own issue. We got our petroleum line set up, so now our petroleum's going to eventually just get colder and colder. Not yet, though. It's actually kind of alarming that it's getting that much hotter. But then this isn't running consistently because we're waiting on our natural gas that has 3 more cycles till it shows up. Kinda worrying a little bit if this goes off in 5 cycles. And we got all that going. Yeah, I think it's exchanging heat better. And because this area is so hot, yeah, it's picking up all this extra heat. Oh, it's going in here. There's 113, so it's picking up all the heat going through the coils on this. That's fair. So it shouldn't get too much hotter. Yeah, it's just still getting hotter and hotter because of the water. It's all this super hot water going into this. Oh, right, that's how we fixed it again. That's right. We just plumbed it out, didn't we? We just have to pull out the... I mean, well, don't actually do it yet, actually. Cancel that. Because I was going to trade off 90-degree water for 100-something degree water. But you can see it's just going down with each and every mode as this tank drains. We're bringing in 30-degree water. So I think we're just going to leave that in the line. And then once this stops being 100-something degrees going by, it's going to drop off fast. It's 74 degrees. Alright. Well, since they're just not fixing it... Anyways, so give me a moment. I'm going to go ahead and stop the game.